This conference will now be recorded.
Lord, as we gather this day to do the important business for the people of Owego, grant us wisdom, compassion, and understanding.
Amen. All right. First item on the agenda tonight, a little different than usual, is a public hearing on local law 2, entitled Overriding the New York State 2% tax cap. Anybody here for the public hearing? Open the public hearing. Once, twice. So, close the public hearing. We're also not. Next, usually the first thing, public comment. Tom?
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm here tonight, again, to express my support for approving Steve Solomon's application for membership. Steve Solomon applied back to Company 4, was vetted by Company 4, moved on to Fire Board, was vetted by Fire Board, approved by Fire Board, and then the application sits before you for action tonight. So, so I'm just here again, as I was at the last meeting, strong support of approving Mr. Solomon's application for membership, for what he brings to the table, for the activity that I've seen him do since I met him with the fire department last fall, and looking forward for him to continue the deeds that he's been doing from last fall until this spring, because he can't answer calls while his application is in limbo. So again, I strongly urge the board to vote yes on his application and move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom. Anybody else?
I'm here for about the same thing. I've known Steve for 30 years or more. And Tom runs the fire trucks during the day and night too. But during the day, we are really short on firemen. And now Tom's going to be going away for the summer to his cottage, not away. So anyways, I just like to support Steve Solomon. He also, Steve teaches fire classes up at the State Fire Academy up at Montour Falls. I mean, this guy has more education on fires, fire trucks, and I mean, he's not gonna be going in to fight a fire, but he can get a fire truck to the scene. And the way we are in the village with firefighters, we don't have many firefighters, so we should be looking at to really take him in as soon as possible. And I'd like to thank Charles for, we had a fire board meeting the other night. And Charles was there and he acted like a real good fire commissioner. So thanks again for your help, Charles.
Thank you for your service. Thanks, John. Anyone else? Public comment?
My name is Ken, Mr. Mayor. I'm also here to support Steve. And I know that from being only in the fire department for 3 years, that we need all the help we can get. Thank you.
Ken, would you tell them your name and where you live, because everybody's supposed to do that before they speak, because for the record, nobody knows that stuff. No, I know you don't know it, but I'm.
Kent Coleman, I live on 861 Glenmary Drive.
Oh, that's it, and even
I'm
though,
in the squad and I'm in the fire.
but even though John and Tom think everybody know him, they don't necessarily.
My name is John Hitchings. I live in Owego.
You sure?
I did.
Live in a grocery store.
Yeah.
Lived in the grocery store. But anyways, I lived in the town of Owego. So.
Thank
you, John.
Thanks.
Tom Kelly. I live on Montrose Turnpike on the south side, just 1 mile up from 434.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Anyone else? Public comment? Thanks, guys. Should we do that?
Yeah, we're gonna go out of order of the agenda. So first thing to take care of is old business. And that old business, as I motion, to approve new fire department member Steve Solomon into company number 4.
Second that.
Mr. Mayor, I think we have a motion on the floor to do that, and it was tabled.
Yeah, so we got a new motion to do it.
A new motion?
So we shall vote.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
I move that we have an executive session to discuss 3 issues: personnel, ethics, and attorney-client privilege.
We have a second for that.
I second.
Okay, so let's vote on the executive session. Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yeah. Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
No.
No.
I guess I'm paying attention. Yes, yes, yes.
Yep.
No,
Only 2.
Yes.
Charles?
No.
Who said no? Fran, you say no?
No. Yeah, just Charles.
Charles and the mayor said no, right?
No, okay.
Mr. Mayor? There are a number of issues that we're going to be talking about in there. I would recommend that we have that after we have department heads and if we have someone else that's going to address us.
I think we should do it now and we'll keep it short.
Well, there's more than one thing. There's a number
I
of
want
things.
to clarify that the executive session for Steve Solomon has been squashed. So we will not be discussing that.
And how and when did that get done?
That got done on was Wednesday.
How did that get done on Wednesday?
Through the mayor. So if there's going to be an executive session of other matters, so be it. So I think we should get this vote done because that is not on the table as far as executive session.
Excuse me for interrupting you while you're talking.
Rusty?
This board decides if there'll be an executive session. The mayor doesn't squash an executive session. We decide if we're going to have one, we vote to have one, and if we vote to have one, that's what we do. Would I be incorrect?
That's correct. We're not saying who it's about.
You didn't say.
So is there any objection to getting the vote done first?
I don't know. Nate must be having trouble because it keeps getting on and off.
We need to have the executive session before we have this vote. And we just voted to have one.
I don't know how this works. Because we voted to have an executive session, but we also have a motion and a second for this matter, which we could vote on. Nate, are you there?
Who's thinking?
I can't hear you.
Sorry,
In the meantime,
can you hear me?
We gotta catch you up. So we have a motion and a second. Steve Solomon. And then Rusty made a motion and a second to have an executive session, which passed. So do we have to have that executive session before we vote? It's not specific that it's on the topic.
I think you said there was a motion and a second to accept him into the membership, right? That happened first. And then, right, well, you didn't vote on it, but in the middle of that motion and second, there was a separate motion to go into executive session. And so I think the proper way to resolve it would be Rusty during discussion stated that he would like to have an executive session on it. I think you have to resolve the motion first before moving on to the second motion. So really the motion on the floor is to accept him into membership or not.
Okay. So we'll vote on that.
so Nate, may I? So how do we have an executive session to discuss personnel issues? How do we do that?
Well, it takes a separate motion to go into executive session. And so if with the motion on the floor to accept him into membership, I think you have to either table it or deny it in order to then address the motion of going into executive session about it.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, as we did last time, I move that we table the motion on the acceptance. That's my motion, that we table it.
I second.
And now the discussion on that is so that we can go in executive session and discuss this. As we planned to do last week, as we plan to do this week, before,
So now we have to vote on that one, right?
on the tabling. On the tabling, because that's what he told us we had to do if we want to do the executive session.
Yeah, I'm not making sure. That's right.
Correct.
Which we actually did before, but that's another story.
So we're voting on the table. Rusty?
Yes,
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
No.
Terry? Charles?
No.
What do you say, Terry?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we have an executive session.
We already voted on
No, it didn't count because we couldn't do it in the middle of this
I second.
for the same things that I said before. 3 different things.
that. And we're gonna specify when that executive session happens.
I would prefer that it happened after some of our people get to speak, if Brittany's here, on and on and on. So I would prefer it to be maybe, and we can always throw something in front of it, but generally after department heads and invited guests. And
So we got a motion and a second. Vote Rusty,
yes,
Laura,
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran? Terry?
Which one are we doing now?
This is for the executive session.
this is the motion we voted for.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Charles? So it still passes. Okay, so let's do our guess. Let's do Brittany, because she's at a baseball game.
Hi.
Hi, Brittany.
Hi. So yeah, I just wanted to come back. I know last time when I was there, you guys had asked me to come back regarding the resolution of support for the Restore New York application. Again, those funds would support a rehabilitation project at 81 North Ave if the funds are awarded, and then Temple and Liberty Street redevelopment for single family homes. So I didn't know if you guys had any other questions on that resolution of support.
Do we have a copy of anything like that?
We had a copy of it last time.
Yeah, you guys all had copies.
I don't know if we have a copy of it still. I forgot about it. Brittany forgot about it, so. What happened, we have 3 weeks between meetings?
Brittany, your letter's not, it's not supposed to 22nd of May, correct?
What's that?
You have to have this before the 22nd of May?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Laura, Spencer, and I went to Fox and Liberty and Temple Streets a week ago on Thursday. And we talked to 9 different residents who were across from or next to the proposed houses. And all of the residents were in favor of single-family homes that were set back from the street, that would be not impacting the flood zone, and that would be sold at fair market value and then back on the tax rolls. It was unanimous, and it was very nice to go and speak to people. I hope you can hear me, Brittany. It was very
Yeah, I
nice,
can.
great, to speak to people in the community that way. And a lot of people were like really interested in this project, and they really liked what was set up for this particular project. So I think that was good community like outreach. We met some very nice people. We had a good little time.
I'm in support, along with Terry, based off of that.
Keep going if you're not.
No, I'm done now, so.
So I understand that, and I'm assuming that that support is to to do this particular Liberty Street project. This, of course, this thing is also for a grant for North Avenue. And some of the North Avenue people are interested to know if that grant has to be just for that building or that grant can be for some other buildings. That's a number of North Avenue owners and residents have asked me about that. So as we're putting this together and discussing us being on board with this, that's one thing.
So Rusty, just so you know, we have heard there's going to be another round of Restore New York, yes, next year. So if you know any interested property owners, please tell them to reach out to us. The other thing with this program is that the buildings have to be at least 51% vacant to even qualify for it. And I know we talked to a couple of property owners on North Ave earlier this year about the program as well, and their buildings weren't 51% vacant. And the other piece of it there is you can't, in preparation of the application, you can't like move residents out or move commercial tenants out to make your building 51% vacant. So, but yeah, if you know of anyone that's interested, there is going to be another round that we're hearing next year. So we're happy to work with any of the business owners or property owners down there.
Thank you. And the other
Yep.
piece, the other question I had is, so I don't have the paperwork in front of me or what exactly it says, but
Mm-hmm.
I would like it to say, if it can say, that our support of this is based on the things that we've talked about, that it is single family homes, that it is home sold, market value homeowners, owner occupied. We don't want somebody buying it and renting it. It's owner occupied, that it is not a nonprofit, it is not a reduced tax, that it's on a regular assessed tax roll, regular taxes. No, not to achieve or handicap or somebody that's going to get something. We would like that, if that's what the vision of the board is, that we would like those things in our letter of support, that's what we expect it to be. If it's not that it's not in our letter of support. Is that doable? I don't know that the board wants that, but can that be in there?
The resolution does already state that it's single family homes. I don't know that it goes into as much detail as you just described. If we want to work on editing it, maybe do a contingent on those things, we can look at that. If that's what the board wants.
Don't want it to be nonprofit, don't want it to be piloted, don't want it to be not paying taxes.
They're going to be sold as single family homeowner occupied homes. And that's how the application is going to be written.
Are we missing something? Is there some way that somehow that becomes piloted a nonprofit?
No.
Okay.
The land bank has no interest. I mean, I don't want to speak on behalf of the board, but I'm kind of speaking on behalf of the board. We don't have interest in renting those houses. The intent is to sell them and get them back on the tax rolls. And that's really the mission of what the land bank does, is to get the properties back on the tax rolls.
Thank you.
Yep.
Those are the concerns that my constituents have asked. Want it done. Does anybody have that?
Letter of support.
I'd like to make a motion.
I can't hear you.
I would like to approve and make a letter to support this project with those caveats in there.
Second, or did somebody already?
Any other discussion on that?
Yes.
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Brittany.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Anything else? Good?
That's all I had.
Okay. Have fun at Little League.
No, thank you.
Something like that. 85, 81. Thanks.
Right next to the fire station.
Yeah, I wrote that address right next to the fire station.
Let's do Tim next. We got Tim
Alrighty.
here to talk to us about the sewer infiltration project. So take it up, Tim.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Board. Appreciate it. I also have Nick Bayer is on the line of our office as well, and Nick worked on this project. I'll go down through it real quick, and then if anybody has any questions, I can answer those, or Nick can answer those at the end. But back in 2022, 2023, Hunt assisted the village in securing a grant to study inflow and infiltration issues into the sanitary sewer. Inflow and infiltration is extraneous flows, non-sanitary sewer flows that get into the sewer and overwhelm the sewer capacity, overwhelm pump station capacity, overwhelm the wastewater treatment plant. And the village sees elevated flows at the wastewater treatment plant quite frequently, especially during wet weather flows, where they'll exceed the overall rated capacity of the plant. And it's happened such that they've received violations in the past. The large amount of inflow and infiltration is stormwater. That comes from a myriad of catch basins that are interconnected with the sanitary sewer. They shouldn't be. They're interconnected with the sanitary sewer throughout the village, approximately 158 catch basins to be exact or close to exact. And then a lot of roof drainage, especially in the old part of the village, the downtown area, goes to the sanitary sewer. And so as you can appreciate, during heavy rainfall events, there's peak flows that are seen at the wastewater treatment plant. Not only if you're pumping that, so you spend the energy and cost to pump it. You treat the flows with chemicals, wear and tear on the equipment. So it really is desirous of the village to remove the stormwater from the sanitary sewer. 158 catch basins in various buildings, disconnecting them from the sanitary sewer, it's not practical all at once. It wouldn't be cost effective. It wouldn't be affordable for the village to try to take that on and do that all at once. So it really, a practical sense is to break it apart and handle it in manageable pieces, and then go after funds for each of those pieces. In the report that we had done and published in 2023, and we're revising it right now with potential grant efforts, we had prioritized the various areas throughout the village based upon the amount of flow you get from some areas, and based upon you start close to the river, that's where your outfall of stormwater would be, and you move further away. It's not practical to go and make some improvements in the northern part of the village when an outfall is quite a distance away. So you start close to the river, and you put in a branch, your trunk line, and you move out, and then you build upon that in the future. And the first priority area was primarily identified to be, we call it the Church Street area. It's a little misleading, but we have to call each area something. The Church Street area includes an outfall out to the river. It includes a small section of new storm sewer on Front Street, getting rid of the storm out of the sanitary. Section of new storm sewer on Church Street between Temple and Front Street. New storm sewer on Lake Street, and then a small section in between Lake and Church Street of storm sewer on Main Street. So that would be the priority area, and potentially that could remove up to, in the proximity about 300,000 gallons of storm water to the treatment plant during a large rainfall event. So that is the project that we identified, and that's that we had estimated that and just updated the budget to be about $1.427 million. That's still, not very affordable when you're just looking at making stormwater improvements. That's where the Water Infrastructure Improvement Act and the Water Quality Improvement Program grant funds come into play. And to apply for those, you have to do seeker, and you have to, which is a resolution before you tonight. And also there's another resolution which is a resolution basically supporting the grant application. That phase one, the Church Street project, supporting an application for funding. We will write those WIA grant applications and water quality improvement program grants for you at no cost. And those are typically due, the WIA grant is due, I believe, in and around June 14th. And the WQIP grant is due at the end of July. And so with those, there's a fairly substantial amount of grant funds that you could secure for those components of the project. I believe WIA is up to 40% of the total project costs, and the WQIP is in between 60 and 85% of the construction costs. I should take a step back. WIA is 40% of the unfunded amount. So if you get other funds, then that can reduce the amount of WIA that you can get. But those are really the two grants that are earmarked and are typically allocated for such inflow and infiltration projects. Before I go on and just discuss the seeker documentation you have before, I won't go through it, but I just wanted to let you know what's in your packet. Nick Bayer of our office. Nick, I didn't know if there was anything that you wanted to add to that discussion.
Yeah, the purpose here would be to install a separate storm system that would then use the existing regulator to empty into the water body. So just wanted to make that clear.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, so really trying to find some way to get sanitary sewer or get stormwater out of the sanitary sewer. So that is the desire.
Hey, Tim, we lost you guys when Nick started talking, our internet messed up. So can Nick re-talk?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Nick. If you could recapture what the general gist of the project is.
Yeah, the purpose is to install new storm drainage that'll then utilize the existing regulator to dispose of the stormwater. So that's how the storm is separated from the sanitary. I just wanted to clarify that.
And so as I mentioned, there's a few things that are prerequisites for applying for these grants. I mentioned seeker has to be resolved, and typically seeker, you have to complete the part one, which we did on behalf of the village, complete part two, which is evaluation of potential environmental impacts, and then look to establish a resolution declaring yourself lead agency, as well as making a determination of action. And as you can appreciate, all of this work is within roadways, within previously disturbed areas. And so we completed that documentation for you and make a recommendation that you establish lead agency and you find a negative declaration with respect to seeker. And then the second resolution is as I mentioned, a resolution essentially indicating support to seek financial assistance through the various programs that I mentioned. And then also subsequently to this, you will have to pass a bond resolution if you wanted to apply for the WIA funds. You can pass these and you can apply for the funds if you don't get sufficient funds, or if something comes up and changes your status and you choose not to do that, you can do that at that point in time. So right as of now, you can pass these resolutions, you can move ahead, and then you can do nothing with it going forward. I think what this does is this is an issue that has plagued the wastewater department, and it would be in the village's best interest and reduce operation and maintenance costs going forward to eliminate stormwater from the system. So I'm sure there might be some questions. I don't know if Mayor, you or the board or the DPW may have any questions for us.
Yeah, I think Fran had her hand up.
Yeah, if you're diverting the water from going into the sewage treatment plant, where is it going to?
So this,
Where are you getting that water?
The river.
yeah, so it would go to the river. So the stormwater that's collected in the catch basins, that would go to a surface water discharge. And so it would, uh, yeah, it wouldn't go to the wastewater treatment plant anymore.
Just go right to the river.
You're going into the river.
Correct.
Okay. It would be like in one location or numerous locations?
At the end of the project, the phase one only establishes one outfall. As the project proceeds, and I don't remember exactly how many phases there could potentially be, but I believe it is somewhere in the vicinity of let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 6 or so different phases, and so there could be multiple outlets generated in the future. Those outlets would be generated based upon hydraulics and based upon a desire to, to obviously make the most efficient and minimize costs, construction costs.
Okay, if it's only going into one location in the river, how are you gonna mitigate erosion?
Yeah, so there's currently an outfall there, a stabilized outfall, and so the wastewater, treated wastewater, or partially treated wastewater, depending on how well the treatment plant can treat wastewater during elevated flows, that currently discharges to the river in a point discharge, a pipe that discharges into the river. So there would be a storm sewer that discharges directly into the river.
So how are you gonna mitigate erosion?
At the point of discharge,
Yeah, so it's already an existing regulator from the old system, which used to allow for overflows to go to the river. So that's already it may need some modifications, but it's already a structure that that mitigates erosion.
Rusty.
Yeah. So as we do various pieces of the village, we're not going to all, it would be foolish to have them all come together into one point. So they're going to set, so up in the far in the front street, they'll come in there, and down here they'll come in there, and across the river they'll come in there. And then when they come into the river, they're going to come in, they don't come in down the bank and take the bank away. They're going to come into the river. And then there are various ways that they fix this so that it doesn't do much to the base, to the floor of the river. That's what he's telling you there. But
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, that's a good point, Rusty. It is.
heavy flow, you're gonna erode the embankment.
no, it's not going to go on the embankment. It's going to go down into the river. The pipe will go down to the river. It's not on the embankment.
And it's a permittable action that DEC reviews. And if to Rusty's point, there are methods, whether you have the large stone, you have a retaining wall, you have anything that would minimize or eliminate erosion. Yes, the intent of this project is not to cause any erosion or lead to that. This would be something that, if it did move ahead, would have to be resolved and included as part of the design to minimize and eliminate erosion.
And the DEC is going to be all over that, making sure that that's the way it's done.
They'll be all over this project.
Okay.
Yeah, DEC's first objective is to get the storm out of the sanitary, because what happens if you overwhelm the sanitary, you can get uncontrolled sanitary sewer overflows within the community, and that's a health and safety issue that far outweighs stormwater discharge to the river.
Well, and as we found, with one of our DRI projects, it's actually illegal right now if you touch something to run your stormwater into your sewer, right? That was a lot of the cost adder to the church, the parking lot project, is we had to separate
The Lake Street.
Yeah. So we have done some of it, except it doesn't, right now it just goes to a catch basin. It doesn't go out of the catch basin to the river.
Yeah, Mayor, that captured a few buildings there. Yep.
But every time anybody touches anything, those buildings that are connected this way, right, they're gonna have to pay extra money to separate, like we just did.
So I had to, as I'm reading the thing, and it looks like the paragraph that mentions the size of the grant and the size of the project, it looks like it's not written clearly, but that's okay. So for Tim, approximately 1/4 of the 1427, 1,427,000, approximately 1/4 is 1,700,000, 1,070,000 is what we're sniffing at to get a grant for. That's right?
We'll go after part of the grants are, I don't think they're announced yet, but we're going to
Okay.
go after the maximum amount possible that can be achieved. So the
Tim, after-
WQIP, I don't believe is announced yet. That is part of the CFAs, which is due at the end of July.
So Tim, after we get those grants in, let's say we get them and they're however much money they are, at that point, we could decide to go or no go, right?
Correct. Yep. No, and it's not the same as what it used to have been. I mean, previously communities would get grant funds and turn them away, and they kind of get, a black check next to their name, and say, I don't want that. But that's not the case anymore. There's a lot of communities that receive grants, find that it's not in their best interest, and turn them away or turn them back to the program. So that is much more common nowadays. And to really understand whether this is affordable to the village, you can't make that decision now. I would say, it's not practical to go on your own. You only can make that decision after you receive input from the grant programs. And we're just trying to give you that opportunity.
I have a technical question. So this project requires extra permits from other bodies, like so the DEC has a lot of interest in it, but it also would require county review of the 239 referral process because of its location. It also requires our local planning and our local zoning boards to review it. So after we do these seekers tonight, what's the process for it to go through all the other stages before the project can begin?
So there will be throughout the normal course of any design project, there would be if you receive the grants, then you would commence upon the design process. The design process would go through the conceptual design development and construction document phase. And as part of that, those involved agencies would be coordinated, and including the funding agencies, their input gained. Their input, and when you get their input and you solicit anything from them, they verify that the action taken is consistent with the grant program and consistent with the seeker that was previously established. And so that happens prior to bidding. So you do the design, you go get the regulatory approvals, whether it's local approvals, state approvals, or federal approvals, and then you secure those. And then only when you can do that, the funding agency clears you to bid. You can go to bid and then move through it like any other project. But there is a checks and balances with the funding agencies. They want to know what approvals are necessary, and then they want to ensure that those approvals are obtained. And then typically with a lot of these, to Nate's, where your attorney would become involved, there is a certification of the local attorney to indicate that you have all the rights and permits to go out and advance this to construction. So that would be something that we would have to work with the local attorney to ensure that all easement permits, et cetera, are obtained so that can, so he can sign that form and it could go to the next step.
What's the percentage of match? How much does
Um,
to match these grants?
Yeah, there is a match piece. I have not calculated what if you got both grants, what the ultimate match would be. But if I'm not mistaken, the WIA grant is 60% match, 40% grant of the total project. That is offset by the WQIP, which is up to 85% of the construction costs. It does not take into consideration soft costs, attorney's fees, engineering fees, financial advisory fees, things of that nature. The WQIP only covers construction costs. And so there could be a fairly healthy portion of the total project cost secured in grant. I haven't calculated that.
I have a question. We have the Army Corps of Engineers. They're doing a project for us. It's a stormwater analysis of everything above the Susquehanna in the village. So they're analyzing the flow of our water and all the catch basins and the sizes and stuff like that. And they expect to have the modeling and the report done for us, hopefully at the end of this month. So you said that you did an analysis of our system. How did you do that? What did you base it off of? And can you share that with us?
Yeah, the report is published, and there is a copy, and we also did share it with Army Corps. We have been in touch with Army Corps. We're aware of that study, and so we completed some modeling as well on the drainage areas to the catch basins, drainage areas to the interconnected roof structures. Calculated that stormwater runoff for various storm events and compared that against what was being seen at the plant for calibration purposes. And we're able to identify in these various drainage areas or sewer sheds how much stormwater is going to the sanitary. And so there's two potential solutions to this. There's really not much more to it than that. You have stormwater generated. It's caught by catch basins. It's caught by roof drains. It's discharged via pipe. That pipe flow can go to the sanitary sewer, or it can go to a separate stormwater system. If it goes to the sanitary sewer, you need to separate sanitary sewer from storm, and you would have to install a separate sanitary system. The reason we didn't recommend installing a new sanitary sewer system and using the old sanitary sewer system as a storm system is because the sanitary sewer system is significantly deep, and that would be a very costly endeavor to put two infrastructure systems to that depth. And so really there's really only two mechanisms by which you can solve the issue, and that is put in a new storm sewer or utilize the old sanitary sewer storm and put a new sanitary sewer. Now, there might be other things that you can do to mitigate or minimize, such as green roofs and things of that nature, but that would only touch base on a very, very small percentage of the stormwater that's generated by the streets, by the hardscape of the buildings, etc. And so I would suspect the Army Corps of Engineers is going to concur with those portions that we're investigating. Now, they may look at other areas that are above or outside of the public thoroughfares or buildings to mitigate storm flows into the village from that regard. But right as of now, I think if we wait for Army Corps of Engineers and if they come up with something that changes our recommendation, which I would suspect they would not, they would potentially add beneficially to it with some of the things I mentioned, we will likely miss this grant season for that. But we have been in touch with Army Corps of Engineers and have provided our documentation and our engineering documents to them.
As usual with our hurry up, because that's how we seem to play ball all the time. When is this grant season coming to a close? What is our time frame? What is our deadline?
Well, Rusty, I would say that we're not hurrying up. I would say that New York State manufactures this condition. And so New York State, it's an election year. Imagine that. So obviously the hurry up is I think potentially generated because of some of that. And they just announced the WIA program that is due at the end of June, right around June 14th. And they should be announcing the WQIP program. There was some thought they would announce it this week, and that is due at the end of July. So unfortunately, there's not a lot of time that is given to these programs to generate. But we had the report was produced over 2022 to 2023. We had met and discussed it with Dirk and Josh over at the wastewater treatment plant, gained their support, and I think I can't speak directly for them, but I think they would strongly desire to remove stormwater from the sanitary sewer, which is their first objective to treat.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. I wasn't picking on Hunt about hurry up. I was picking on us. It seems like everything that we do week after month is something comes before us and we got to do it right that day. We got to do it. So I'm fussing with us and always having to hurry up, not you.
Yeah, I hear you, but it is frustrating because some of these programs require that. When you have communities that meet only once or twice a month, and then you only have 2 months to develop a grant and put it in, unfortunately, there is some of that, stuff that has to be done on a short-term basis. But
Tim,
yeah.
so we have the seeker and the other resolutions. Do you need those tonight? I guess maybe that's where Rusty's going.
Partially, Mike. Want me to finish that?
Yeah.
We're under the impression that, get told that the seeker has no problem to us. I'm more than happy that we do the seeker tonight. I think that because it's coming to budget time, and I think we always need to be talking about taxes and money, we need to be having a short and a long talk about potential monies, potential bonding, potential things on all this, and where it goes and how about the next step? We need to talk about that. So maybe not that tonight, seeker absolutely tonight.
Yeah, so I guess, Tim, what do you need if we were
Depending on
forward,
time frame.
what would you need from us tonight?
Well, you have another meeting coming up, correct? Here in a couple weeks?
The 20th.
Yeah. I mean, if you wanted to push your findings off, or if you wanted to handle seeker and you wanted to have the supporting resolution at your next meeting, that could be done. There is also, to Rusty's point, as part of the pre-qualification or prerequisite for a grant application for WIA, you do have to do a bond resolution. And a bond resolution indicates that your potential ability to borrow to complete the project. Now, whether or not you move ahead with that is entirely up to you. I mean, my recommendation in most of the communities, what we see is, they go through, they do the seeker, when they're comfortable. We couldn't go past the next meeting because they're doing the beginning part of June, and then you would have to do the bond resolution. My recommendation is most communities do that. You pass those, see what grants you get in, and you make a determination of the board whether you're going to accept those and whether you're going to advance the project. I wouldn't say I'm not taking it lightly because it is not inexpensive for us to do these grants. I wish Brittany was still on the phone, but I would probably say each of these grants is going to take us an in-kind cost of about $2,500 to $3,500 to write. And that's something I'm willing to do on behalf of the village and not charge the village. Just to see you get an opportunity to say, this is a way we can improve our system. And if you can get those grant funds. I know it's not something you have in your budget to speculate whether or not you can go, I'd hate for you to spend $3,500 out of speculation and then face your constituents and say, well, we spent $3,500 going after that grant and we didn't get it. I'm sure Fred could have used that $3,500 to do something else in the DPW.
And just a side comment, Hunt has done some of our other projects for us, including the house raising stuff, and done some of that grant work for us for nothing, with the various thoughts of consideration and this, but done that for us. I still think we have the time, we should do the seeker now and get that have that be done, because that doesn't obligate us to anything.
That's fine. We can do whatever you guys want to do. Should we do the season?
Yeah, is Nate gonna be on there with us?
Yeah, we're gonna need help with that.
Nate, is Hank gonna be on there helping us with this seeker?
Him and Henry.
If I call,
Yep.
Yeah, fine. It's our file.
he's Hank to me. One of
So
you-
you're,
Yeah, we can do it.
You want to do the department guys?
This should be easy.
it should be straightforward. Like Tim mentioned, the work to be done, and Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, is entirely within the existing right of way and where work has already disturbed the environment. So you'll see the part one form that Hunt prepared and that the mayor signed back in March, I think. And so there was a notice of intent to declare lead agency that was circulated. I'm assuming, Rod, you could correct me if I'm wrong, no other agencies indicated a desire to act as lead agency on this. And so the village would declare lead agency, which is one of the actions before you tonight. And then the second action is to go through the part 2 and 3 form of the seeker. You'll see it's an unlisted action, as I recall. There's the 11 questions on there. The board should consider whether there's a no or small impact to the environment in response to those 11 questions, or potentially moderate to large impact. And I think what you've heard from Hunt is they recommend it's no or small impact to the environment based on the potential scope of work in response to all of those 11 questions. Assuming that you accept that and agree, then I would encourage you all to have discussion about it. If you accept it, then the motion would be to adopt the resolution as presented, which would declare this to be you to be lead agency, and also then the second one being to make this a negative declaration.
I would agree. And the only thing, Nate, I would say that I would mention there is due to funding purposes, we did classify this as a type 1 action just because the WIA program desires that. And so because it's a type 1 action, that actually gets more scrutiny. There's more need for the coordinated review, as well as it gets posted on the environmental news bulletin on DEC's website. And so I think that is an additional belt and suspenders on top of that. So, but everything else Nate said was 100% spot on.
Right, so then thanks, Tim, and I'll qualify my 11 questions from the part 2 to being the 18 questions from part 2. And
Right.
if you answer potentially yes to any of the 18 questions, then you need to then go through the subparts contained within that question.
Mike, are we just talking about, I've got part 2 and part 3 here. I don't have part 1. Is that not,
No, we're not gonna go part.
we're not doing
part 2.
we're just part 2? Okay.
You should have the part 2 with the 18 questions.
Oh, I don't
And so you have part 2 and 3 there before you. We did go through and fill those out just as it looks. And so as Nate mentioned, with the 18 questions, there's various, you read the question, you either answer no or yes. If you answer yes of a potential impact, then you go down below and answer the questions down through there. And then there were some areas where there was a potential impact, and we explain those on the part 3 section. And so, like for instance, I think Laura alluded to, there's areas with it are constructed within floodplains and things of that nature. And because of that, there's obviously a potential to impact the floodplain. And so those answers those boxes were checked appropriately. And then we've explained those answers on part 3, the determination of significance. And we did not find, with respect to impact to land, geological features, surface water, groundwater, flooding, air, plants and animals, agricultural resources, aesthetic resources, archaeological resources, open space, critical environmental areas, which there are none, transportation, energy, noise, odor, and light, human health, community plans, or community character, that there was any potential resulting moderate or large impact.
Does anybody have any discussion or questions about what is filled out?
So now we're back at part two, right? We're looking at part two.
Part 3 goes with part 2.
Yep. And we're looking at section 1, if we're trying to look at it, people understand, we're looking at section 1, part 2, if we got that paperwork. And it says, will it involve land surface, and we say yes. If it says no, we're good, but when we say yes, then we have to do the subsections, which he now has filled out, no or small impact, and all those subsections on the first page. Everybody understand there, kind of?
I guess, does anybody have any
Disagreement?
basic?
And we tried to take an objective view where actually in some of these questions we answered yes, and you'll see there's some that we indicated could be a potentially moderate or large impact, and then those areas were explained within the part 3. But a lot of those secondary questions are leading questions that the state puts in to ensure that are you above any perceived thresholds that the DEC or Department of State has established. And so those, like for instance, Rusty, in the first one, it asks, is there any construction on slope greater than 15%? If there isn't, then the answer would be no. So it really pertains to a lot of those thresholds.
Yep. And on part 3, on page 2, part 3, it's marked moderate or large impact under D, and then you said that will be explained in section 3.
Section 3, that is attached to part 2.
Yep.
It's not the most conducive to read. Down at the bottom, reasons for supporting this determination. There is 18 answers to that, and there's some explanation as to the potential impact of findings there.
There's a section that says it's not in the floodway, but this project does want to put the stormwater into the floodway, through in the river. So
well, Laura, that is will it result in the development in within 100 year or within a floodplain?
Yeah, you answered
so
yes
there
for
is,
like the 100-year and the
there is
500-year, but not the floodway.
So section 5, page 3, number 5, impact on flooding. She's talking about small a. It says may result in development of a designated floodway. It said small or no impact. And Laura's saying that should not be that. Maybe that should be a yes, a bigger one.
And that's fine if you wanted to change it to yes. That's fine. The one thing is all these improvements are going to be below grade and won't have an impact, like a structure would in the above grade, floodway.
And what about your answer to the water table? You're saying that
Where is that?
What question are you at, Laura?
First one, so it's the impact of land, and it's A. The proposed action may involve construction on land where depth to water table is less than 3 feet. Like, this is all underground work and stuff in catch basins and stuff that's going to exit into the river and stuff. So, like, where is the water table relative to our project?
Yeah, the water table is going to be on average. Now the river fluctuates, but the water table within the village is generally established by your normal river elevation, and so that is 6-8 feet plus below grade. It's not a shallow groundwater table.
You said 6 to 8 feet or 68 feet? What'd you say?
Oh, yeah, it's 6. It's depending on where you're at in the village. It's greater than 6 feet. Depending on where you're at. There's a in all areas where this proposed project is going, it's significantly deeper than 3 feet.
Okay.
Laura, the other thing to recall about this, and Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, but the entirety of the work proposed is within the existing right of way. Is that correct?
Existing right of
Tim?
way or utility, corridors, correct?
Sure. And so it's already disturbed area. And so, some of, like, for example, that number one question, impact on land, it's mainly about development within areas that have not been previously developed. There can certainly be a large or moderate to large impact in an area that has never seen any development before, but where the area is already disturbed significantly, and then as Tim mentioned, it's underground, the likelihood of a significant environmental impact is significantly reduced. Therefore, I think that's why Hunt has proposed a no or small impact in that area.
And one thing is, I will point out that in terms of the coordinated review, when this was circulated around to other involved agencies, um, their input was gained, and there was no impact, or I would say there was no input that expressed to the contrary of what the proposed action was to be. So there was no input obtained from DEC or DOT or what have you that would indicate that they would disagree with the village's actions or the potential village's actions. And one thing to further expand upon what Nate, stormwater is going into infrastructure that's within those corridors. So there's already catch basins. There's already piping. There is already that activity taking place. This is just going to be formalized into a separate storm pipe versus just a singular storm/sanitary pipe.
Do remember one thing, Mike. Do remember one thing from seekers in the past. If we want to make trouble for ourselves, we can answer yes or major impact on 900 things. If you just remember how this all works.
Yeah, we tried to be conservative, or try to answer it honestly and do the explanation accordingly. And obviously, if you see any that you want to change, that's potential. If you don't want to consume tonight's meeting and you wanted to do this at your next meeting, if there was a consideration to do a bond resolution at your next meeting, seeker would have to be done ahead of the bond resolution. So there is time. I don't want to make it seem as though this is something that has to be done tonight if you're uncomfortable with that. There always is a way to amend a seeker as well. So if there's a change later on and you want to amend it, the process of amending it is to make the appropriate changes on the documents, whether that's part 1, 2, or 3, and then you re-notify the involved agencies.
Yeah, this can take some time, and that's why we're trying to separate it from some other things that can take some time. Do this one now because it's already taken us some time, and if we continue to go through this in this way, it's going to take us a whole lot more time.
Number 10 is impact on historic and archaeological resources. It says the proposed action may occur wholly or partially within or substantially congruous to any buildings, architectural site, or district which is listed on the National or State Historic Register of Historic Places. And you answered no. However, this entire project is within that
So that's a small impact because I believe, I don't have it in front of me. Let me see, maybe it's explained on the thing. We have to, before you go ahead, we may have the sign off now. The State Historic Preservation Office has to sign off on it and give a letter of no impact. And so by virtue of their sign off being able to move ahead, that renders that a small impact. As to, going back to what we have discussed, the I don't know as if I've ever seen the SHPO, State Historic Preservation Office, not give a no impact letter when there has been the work is going on within previously disturbed areas or utility corridors, whether it's a street or another utility easement or what have you.
But you're saying SHPO has already been contacted and approved it and given their.
Laura, I'd have to check on the approval piece, but they have already been contacted and consulted. So whether or not they've returned that or not, but that is a requirement of the grant before you go for the grant. That is a requirement to get their sign off. SHPO is not necessarily an involved agency. So they were not directly sent the seeker form because they're not a direct agency unless another involved agency makes them a direct agency. And so they're not immediately an involved agency. But again, the funding agency requires their no impact letter as part of the prerequisites for submitting the grant. I don't know if I can check while I'm on the phone here to see if we did receive their sign off or not, but we did solicit their input.
So Laura, what's going to happen here is if it doesn't, we can do it. We can check the moderate or large impact box on that particular thing, 10A, and it says that, oh, yes, we think it'll have one. Then we have to explain it in part 3 about why we checked that, but it's okay because here's our reason. So we can do all that. And we can do it over and over and over again. So until we have part 3 has 50 of those.
So I will point out, Laura, on January 30th of this year, we received a no impact letter from SHPO.
Okay.
Yep, and that was signed by R. Daniel McKay, the Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer.
Tim, I will just clarify for a second. Simply getting a no impact letter from SHPO doesn't mean that there's no impact. The village is separately responsible for determining whether they believe there's a no or small or moderate to large impact. Certainly, a response from SHPO saying they believe there's no impact is helpful, but the village is separately responsible for making that determination. But from there, I will reiterate what I've said before. This is work that's entirely within already disturbed areas. And so from an environmental significance standpoint, typically that means there will be no or a very small impact.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. SHPO calls it a no impact letter, from their side. So that is misleading when we're talking about seeker.
So like the section that says, is this project in a 100-year floodplain and is this project in a 500-year plain? We did have to answer yes. But for this part where we're saying, is it in a historic district? You want to say no instead of saying yes and then saying, but we've received
Well,
this.
I don't know as if it's saying no. It's saying no to small. And so I don't know if it's not, it's not saying no.
To piggyback
Yes,
Tim just
that it's there. The yes is that it's how much is the impact that it's there.
Because the question 10 does say yes.
It's not yes or it's there. It's not there.
So the question 10 does say yes. It's in historic.
The project is going to occur in the historic district is what that's asking.
It's asking what will the impact be of that, not that it's going to be there.
But then the sub questions say that it's not going to be a big impact to it.
Right, because they're already using what's existing there, so it should not be an issue.
Are you
I'm prepared to
getting on that?
accept it.
Okay. What else you got?
I'm prepared. I
That's everything on the document that's,
looked it over the other day.
okay.
And I appreciate the questions. These are not straightforward questions. DEC and Department of State expect boards to all of a sudden become environmental experts, and it's not easy. So I appreciate the questions. So there are, as I mentioned, there are two resolutions that you have before you. If you do want to consider it tonight, you can look at the first resolution entitled State Environmental Quality Review Act resolution regarding the Village of Owego sanitary sewer inflow and infiltration. And in that, it basically discusses, what the intent is, that there was a coordinated review. It classifies the action as a type 1 action requiring the full environmental assessment. And then it makes various resolutions with respect to the project, officially establishing yourself as lead agency, and then as consistent with part 2 and 3 that were provided, and what our recommendation to you is that you establish a negative declaration. And so those 3 resolutions are on the lower part of that greater document, which you see in your packet.
Okay, Mike. So we have the one. Yeah. So are we done with looking at the seeker? Has everybody looked at the seeker and we're pretty good with the way that they filled that out and all the declarations? Everybody else?
We have to vote to approve this, or?
Yes, what Tim's saying is if we vote to accept this resolution, it approves it, declares us lead agency. And whatever else we're supposed to do.
Yeah, that's the one that doesn't say Church Street on it though.
Right.
The board makes the following findings.
It doesn't state Church Street in the title.
The other one that says Church Street is just a resolution supporting the solicitation of the grants.
Yeah, we haven't done that one yet. So the other one is merely the making us lead agency and improving the secret.
Yes.
I move that we adopt that resolution
As presented.
as presented.
Okay, any other discussion on that? Same thing we've been talking about.
I seconded it.
She did.
Oh, you did. I didn't hear it.
Yes. So we'll vote on that. Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
John? Yes. And yes. And we have this other resolution with, like you said, a support of going out for the grants, right?
Yes, and that one is a requirement by WIA, and this does say, I think to the question previously, this anticipates going for WIA with a potential grant amount up to $356,850, establish a potential local match of 1.07 million. However, the majority of it is construction dollars, and the desire is to stack funds to go after the WIA and then to go after the WQIP, which again is rate as of now. They haven't announced it, but in previous years it's been up to 85% of the total construction costs. And so that would So that would go, the total construction in terms of that contingency is roughly about $1 million. So that could be, don't quote me on this, but that would be roughly almost potentially up to 850,000 in grant from the WQIP. So those two stacked together is what we're eyeballing.
Mr. Mayor, that was the one that some of us were saying we would like to be talking about monies and things before we do that second one.
I don't think we have to do that one tonight, do we, Tim?
No, so this resolution it's a prerequisite to apply for funds. My thought is obviously, I think to Rusty's point, which is a good one, I think you'd want to have that conversation before you ever did a bond resolution. And then obviously if you wanted to have a separate motion to say, if we get grants, we should have a separate board resolution to determine whether to proceed or not. You could do that at some point in the future, but I agree that conversation should come up if you apply for grants, making a determination whether or not you want to accept them and go forward. Because once you accept a grant, then obviously that commits you to that local share, and up until that time, you have the flexibility to decline it.
Is it possible to apply other grants to our match? Okay.
There's other grants out there, Fran, that are what do I say? Not as great as a fit to this sanitary sewer project as these two grants are. You could theoretically tie this storm sanitary separation to economic development. Then you could potentially go after economic development, because obviously if there's not enough sewer capacity for a potential development project, this could reestablish sewer capacity to assist with future development projects. And so you could loosely tie it to other economic development funds. ARPA funds could be used for this. There's other things that could potentially be tied to it, but really WIA and WQIP are the two major funding programs for this type of work, primarily sanitary sewer work.
Thank you.
But I would agree. Typically, there's about, once you apply, there's about a 5-year period to utilize the grant, like the WIA grant. And so you could look to stack other grants on top of, any grants that you did receive. But you just have to start someplace. So that's kind of what we're trying to do.
I would propose that we apply for this grant.
So that would be to pass this resolution, which is in support of applying for the grant. You have a second for that one?
Hearing no second, Mr. Mayor, as I recommended, I think we're going too quickly, too many times on applying for grants for things when we don't know where we want to go, what's going to be the deal on them. I know lots of times we can back out of these grants as time moves along, but many times these things have a life of their own, and we're stuck in them. So I try to get us to slow down on some of these grants a little bit till we have a better feel of what we're doing. But we can't, doesn't mean we have to do it, but that's what I was just recommended a minute ago. Let's talk about.
Then there's no second.
What's that?
If there is no second, then.
No, I know, and that's why I'm discussing after that, but why I'm explaining why we may not be doing that right this minute.
All right, so let's move on from that, and we'll bring that up soon. We'll start digging into it. do it at another meeting. Tim, did James talk to you quickly about Marvin Park?
Briefly the other Friday he did, yes.
Do you want to try to explain that better than I can?
So I think that the contractor, given that there had been some applications made and there was a potential desire to advance, the contractor was solicited. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but the contractor was solicited with respect to any increase they may have with respect to the additional flood proofing as well as the delay costs. And they came back, Mayor, you might have those, but if I'm not mistaken, I think the flood proofing was was right around 60,000, 62,000, I believe, somewhere in that vicinity. And the anticipated cost originally was 50 to 55,000, if I'm not mistaken, what had been discussed. And then they had a delay. They had an increase of in terms of costs for the skate park and for the work yet to be completed. Again, I don't have it in front of me, but somewhere in the vicinity of about 150,000.
Yeah, I want to say 170,000.
Okay, I don't have it. I don't have it in front of me, but and that was the even though some of the work was awarded, they have yet to engage some of their subcontractors for, let's say, for instance, a skate park, and the costs for those subcontractors to complete the work at this time versus a prior time, that is the cost of the delay.
Yeah. So I know James's concern, so he's got all the applications in for the variances and whatnot. And we're going through that process slowly, painfully. His concern is waiting on construction to get all those, or do we authorize construction and catch the variances up after? Because that number of waiting and delaying is going up by the day based on materials and labor and all kinds of stuff. So do we take that risk and say to do it now and maybe it's cheaper than a year from now?
I don't think we can because it states in the flood law the way that projects have to go through and the approvals process. So when the lowest floor is poured, you have to have a licensed surveyor come in and give you the estimate, and then that reports back to the board or to the floodplain manager, which is code enforcement. And then there's like a whole series of things where like we're required to be making decisions, and also like the skateboard park and all these other things also need to go through the review to the county and our local boards for their review before the projects can begin. So like that's like a few months worth of delay just for that for these projects, and that hasn't even started.
Right, so our point is we are a municipality, we don't have to follow our own codes.
That's not true.
So we could build it and then catch the paperwork up, just like we did with the parking lot project or.
That was a lousy project.
So it's
That was the
You
most
can't talk right
embarrassing
now.
thing I've ever seen.
Paul, we have rules, you can't talk right now.
Yeah, well, I think you should be impeached, Mike.
Cool.
So it's not.
Guess what? Letting people take trailers to Colorado is
Well,
not right. Giving them a ride to the airport in
You can
Denver.
either be quiet or leave.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question before we lose Ted or Tim?
Yep.
So the 170,000 cost override, is that everything? Is that just a skateboard park? Is it skateboard and bathroom? What stuff is that, Tim?
That was the delay. That was the delay cost for everything.
Everything, the bathroom
Now,
and the everything. Okay,
correct.
we don't have a breakdown of, yeah.
There is a breakdown, Rusty. I don't know as if you've received that, but I can ensure
Okay.
that you get that in the morning.
Yeah. So you know what I'm asking? Is it 50 grand for the bathroom and 100 grand for the skateboard and 20 grand for the pickleball? Blah, blah. I'm just interested. Okay, thanks.
So, in the law, like, the village isn't immune to local laws or federal laws. So there's no way around, there's no immunity against the laws.
I'd be interested to hear that from Nate.
There is one Mike's mayor. I'm leaving.
Why weren't these laws brought up months ago?
5 years ago. Hey,
Well,
Nate,
you know, we've been working on this for
These laws are the
a number of
laws.
years.
These laws are the laws that we are legislating over. You know, we're
Why-
supposed to
why
be
have
familiar
that
with these laws.
I would like to hear that answer from Nate. Nate, is that true? Do we have to follow our own codes when we build stuff?
I would imagine it is, Nate.
I can
So-
help you with the section of the law that it's stated
Nate
in.
doesn't need help. Nate will tell
Alright.
us his.
So the village is subject to its own laws. And certainly it's on the design team to identify whether any variances are required from any of the village's local laws. Certainly in the design process, I don't recall Hunt flagging any need for variances. As we know, in the past several months, it came to light that certainly floodplain permits were needed. Whether other variances are needed or not, I don't know. I'm going to rely on James and Hunt to identify that, but certainly, you know, to the extent that Laura is bringing up the need for local approvals of things, then either the village needs to go through the process of declaring itself immune from its own local laws, which you can do. That's certainly appropriate and certainly necessary in many instances when public interest outweighs the requirements of your local law, but otherwise to comply with your local law, which is what you are doing right now with the floodplain variance, specifically regarding the bathroom in Martin Park.
Section, chapter 117-2 is within the floodplain development laws, and it says that the village must qualify for and maintain participation in the National Flood Insurance Program. So we can't just say we're gonna all of a sudden not follow federal laws and still maintain our participation in the National Flood Insurance Program.
So Laura, if I can, there's a difference between complying with your local law versus complying with the federal law. And the village could declare itself immune from the local requirements, therefore not needing to go through the zoning board variance process while still complying with federal law. It would be incumbent on the village board, if you declared yourself immune from your local code, to ensure compliance with the federal requirements separately.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that we should declare ourselves immune, I'm just saying that maybe we should, in light of all this money that we're wasting, maybe we should advance construction ahead of the paperwork. At risk, it is a risk that the paperwork doesn't pass or whatever.
Just one comment, I mean, there's nothing in Marvin Park that won't flood. I mean, you get 100-year flood, it's gonna fill up with water.
Putting back a
There's
bathroom,
no stopping it.
putting back a bathroom that was already there.
Right.
It's costing us
Skate park, I mean, skate park
$600,000.
will survive being flooded.
So I saw recently the mayor wrote a letter to the county saying that we're immune from their oversight.
That was at direction of the county.
And you tagged a document that covered, that talked about zoning, or it talked about variances and exemptions in state zoning. But that's state zoning, and that's not federal
Yes, it is.
floodway subject matter
That was at,
and local law.
that was at direction of the county to do that letter.
That's
Good direction.
So that
And-
letter,
Laura, to help clarify the mayor here, when I saw that letter, I scratched my head and said, I'm not sure that's accurate. And this is a question about 239 review, nothing else. And there was an existing agreement from 1998 with the county about 239 reviews, which excluded any floodplain variance requirements from 239 review. From emailing with Elaine Jardine, that agreement, which has not been necessarily terminated to my knowledge, that agreement regarding floodplain issues specifically was agreed between the code department and county planning to instead actually refer all 239 reviews regarding floodplain issues to the county because of the numerous floods that have happened within the village. So actually one of the things that I think is up for, if not tonight, then possibly the next meeting, is to renew the agreement and actually correct it to require floodplain issues to go before 239 review. And so the phrasing of that letter, I think, was not necessarily accurate. The mayor has already stated that he sent that at the direction of the county. This issue is subject to 239 review, and everyone's agreed on that, and it's all now been sent to the county for that. And we expect the 239 review to be done by the time the next zoning board meeting occurs.
James didn't really have any questions for us besides that. And obviously that $170,000 price tag is going up by the month.
Yeah.
And our
Price is more
contractor's
than
sitting over there ready to build, and they're just sitting over there. And they're eventually gonna move on to other jobs, and they're gonna come back to us whenever they.
Yeah, next year, whenever, when our money's gone.
Right. Rusty?
So our zeal to have every I dotted and T crossed starts to become extremely expensive
It already has.
and becomes more and more expensive every day, so that we get it absolutely, completely, 100% perfectly right with the national this and the state that and the da. Where you better find the balance in there.
At the end of the day, we're gonna get nothing.
We'll lose it all.
We're gonna have no bathroom.
Some balance in there. I don't know what it is. I'm just saying.
Technically, our projects were supposed to develop through the planning and all of these stages, and we were supposed to figure it out before the project building started so that we wouldn't incur these delay costs and sitting things. So the project should not have started construction without all the safeguards in place. Like Nate and Tim talked about having, these safeguards that the federal approvals we're seeing, the state approvals we're seeing. It went by the county board, it went by our local board. All of that didn't happen with this project. So, so then, isn't that on Hunt and not us to have those costs?
I'm not saying it shouldn't have all happened. I'm just saying this is the situation we're in.
It did happen. Now we have to go from where we are. What are we gonna do?
Do we keep waiting? And that 170,000 keeps picking up every day when materials go up, but whatever.
Labor goes up.
Or do we take a risk, or do we keep waiting and not do anything at the end of the day?
And we have to spend it by December of this year, right?
December 31st, unless we get an
So I mean,
extension.
you keep delaying the project from happening, you're gonna run out of time.
And we asked last meeting, we asked James, what are we on the goal for if we cancel that bathroom altogether? Oh, 350 grand of the, whatever it is, 400 something. We're almost already obligated to spend all the money no matter what we do. Maybe, I don't want to have this right now, all of this stuff, but maybe we build the bathroom and then, because we're on the, whatever the word is for it right now, maybe we build it and tear it down. Who knows what we do, but we're spending, we're gonna need to make some decisions.
And it is designed now, I mean, to, right, we're moving they designed it to what we asked them to. They moved the electrical 2 feet above BFE. It is wet flow proof, which is technically not in our code. A non-residential structure is not supposed to be wet flow proof. That's what the variance is for, is to say that that's okay.
I mean, didn't we agree to this a month ago?
And those applications are
Yes, we
in
did.
to the right places. Right, they came to our planning board, and then that whole letter thing came up. So now it's at the county. It'll go to the county, as Nate said, before the next planning board meeting. Our questions to you guys are, do we want to wait 3 or 4 or 5 months for all this to get sorted out, and us to get all of our variances?
Wait that long.
And then the 175,000 is
Season's
250,000,
gone.
300,000.
Construction season will be gone and the money's gone. We have nothing.
Unless they give us an extension, which I mean, they probably will.
We could have those discussions with both the contractor and the funding agency to see what their propensity is for issuing an extension. And a contractor, Streeter or somebody may be willing to come back to the bathroom during the wintertime. Now that they have the slab poured and they could work above grade during, adverse weather conditions. They may have a more conducive time frame. I know that James had been talking with them about, okay, what is the price to go now? As soon as if any approvals or variants are obtained, what is the cost to go now? And obviously they're trying to shoehorn it in, as well as I think the skate park. Their sub-consultant is out of California, and so obviously they have different time frame and commitments as well. So they may be able to find an alternative subcontractor that would be acceptable to the village.
I see a step we could take is section 117-13 of the floodplain law. There's the construction stage of a project. You need to get a certificate. A certificate must be obtained upon the placement of the lowest floor or completion of floodproofing, and upon certification of the as-built elevation of the lowest floor or flood-proofed elevation in relation to mean sea level. It has to be prepared by a licensed land surveyor, professional engineer, and be certified by the same person. So because the bathroom floor is already poured, why aren't we starting the process with like getting that that piece of information, because that needs to be provided to the floodplain manager and all these steps for the project. Like it's a step we're supposed to be taking.
We can do that at any time. We could start that. However, the two parts of that is the lowest floor and or the flood proofing. And the flood proofing is the elevation of the electric, et cetera. So that component obviously hasn't taken place yet. So if we shot the finished floor, then it would just be speculating in terms of what that flood proofing would be at what elevation, and then just hold the contractor to that if that's the direction we went ahead. But that component isn't fully done yet.
Well, and the application isn't completely filled out either.
So they corrected that between that meeting.
That's been filled. So that's been filled by completing these engineering documents. They've been submitted.
Yeah, they've all been submitted to the county.
So you have obtained this document for this?
I don't believe a final elevation certificate, I think is the document you're referring to, has been completely finalized.
Well, that's the construction stage, but earlier that there's the planning stage. So you also need to have a certificate just for the proposed elevation. You also need it after it's been poured, but you need to get a certified elevation thing for the proposed elevation. You also need a certificate from a licensed professional or engineer for the utility floodproofing, and you need a certificate from a licensed professional or engineer or architect for the non-residential floodproof structure portion. So all of those things are needed for the permit. Have those been done for this?
I'd have to verify that, Laura, on that, but I know that James had developed the, uh, the packet in accordance with the application.
Yeah, he
So
developed
it's,
the
I'll
permit
have
for
to,
the variance.
I'll
But
have to
not
verify
for
that, but obviously all that work and the elevations, et cetera, with respect to the floodplain and floodproofing, that was all done and stamped by a licensed engineer. In terms of final elevation certificate, that obviously, as you described earlier, that's not a prudent time to do it now.
No, but the proposed elevation, the certified, when you're proposing the project, that's
And
the
that's
part
what's on the documents. Yep.
elevation. It's in the flood law, section 117-12A.
Yeah. So those proposed elevations with respect to floodplain, et cetera, those are proposed, certified, being stamped by an engineer.
So once those things are done, then the project can commence to a level that we're able to look at it, or, to process the proposal. Like, it just seemed like we skipped all these steps and just went to the variance, but we didn't do the basic things to get to there.
I mean, if those steps or those requirements are part of the variance, then I believe they're done and submitted in for consideration.
Well, those steps are steps that you take before you ask for a variance, because they're like finding out if you need a variance. It's collecting
Which I think
information.
which was established, but I don't know who's going to, I think, argue against what we've talked about for the last couple of months. I think everybody's in agreement that there may be a variance needed at this point.
Well, it's not that a variance is needed, it's that the project is happening and there's certain things that need to, you just have to follow the procedure about what needs to be filed, what documentation needs to be done. And
Okay,
these are just
I'll look
things.
at that, but I'll look at that, but I believe that the applications had been made to the planning board and subsequently zoning board and in the county planning.
Okay. And then any development in our floodplain, the special flood hazard, needs a firm, the flood insurance rate map, conditional revision. So, for any of our projects, the village board has to apply to FEMA for a conditional firm revision. And once FEMA approval is received and the applicant provides all necessary data, analyses, and mapping, and reimburses the village for all costs related to final map revision, this map is needed before the project can go forward. Have you applied or received a conditional firm revision?
A flood revision letter, a letter, the LOMAR letter has not been submitted or completed yet. I think that would be completed as part of the subsequent to the application or the variance being granted. Unless it was a decision made, by the village to proceed separately. I don't think it's something we want to submit a letter requesting FEMA revision for something that may or may not take place.
It would get you a good idea whether it's allowed.
Okay, so maybe we should just move.
I don't think that would preclude the project from going forward or not.
It's stated very clearly in our law that that's needed. Like, it's a step in the process is to get this
Right, you can submit that, but FEMA's determination of that is not necessarily indicative of whether it can happen or not.
But
It's
it
what
does
it's
say
whether or not
law.
they it's whether or not they issue the letter of map revision.
No, the law states that that the village board applies for the firm revision and that FEMA approval is received.
I don't think that's a necessity to have a letter of map revision. We're working on a project in Nichols right now, and DEC is leaving it up to the village whether or not the village wants to have a letter of map revision submitted or not.
It might not be a happy thing to do, but it's in the law that it's required to be done.
Well, I don't think it's. I mean, we can make a submission. There's no issue with making the submission. I don't think FEMA, if FEMA issues a letter of map revision, I don't think that would say you can or cannot do the project.
All right, so maybe we should just move on. I was just trying to bring up an issue that's going on.
What is the
Well, this has
question
got way off.
tonight?
The question is, do we go ahead with construction or we let the bill keep going up? So
I propose we continue ahead with construction.
it's up to you guys. I'm not making that choice.
That is the question.
How many more hundreds of thousands are we gonna lose?
So, once again, decent question. What are we going to do about these things? And once again, slow down. We got to figure out what we're going to do about this, where our jeopardy lies, what we don't want to take months and months more. We're going to have to do something. Once again, we just heard it.
Yeah, you
We're
don't need
just
to
getting this
decide.
stuff. We got to do this right now. We don't know what we're doing right now.
You don't need a decision tonight, just something to think about that.
Yes, exactly right.
That
Talked
bill's
to
going
James
up.
several months ago. about
Yes.
this.
These are different points on this, but to Mike's idea, there's nothing much left for us to talk with Tim about right now, and we probably finished this or moved this along. We're not going to get
I mean, we can talk about this next meeting. or whatever.
someplace on this right now. Terry,
Can we have James send us what the money breakdown is and then what other things need to be applied for, if there is something else that has not been applied for, so that we have it and we can do this the next time?
Yes, and I need to get you on the emails, because every week he sends an update.
That would be
You're
fabulous.
probably not on there.
I'm not on that. That would be fabulous, thank you.
Okay, so I don't do that.
I did have that on my list to get you though for tomorrow, this week.
Mr. Mayor. So I kind of, not exactly interrupted Fran. She started to say, I propose. I don't know if she had a motion in mind or something that she thought we should do, but that the suggestion is that you can, if you want to make a motion and try to get us to do something right now, that no one can stop you, but the suggestion was, let's figure this out. But if you want to make a motion, do it. I didn't mean to interrupt you and stop
That's all right. I already did. Nobody wanted a second, so.
you. Okay.
I was not really going for a motion, I was just going for, this is the problem we have. How do we solve
Let's
it?
get,
Lay some more.
Mr. Mayor,
So we do the best. Rusty?
could we have the department heads give their reports now?
Yeah, so our other invited guest on the agenda was Andrea Jones, Garden Community Project. She couldn't be here tonight, so she's gonna come next time.
Excellent.
Her synopsis is that she did the community garden at the common ground. She's looking at maybe doing it up at the park, up in Holston. So she's gonna come next time.
Great.
Without that, we'll do department heads.
Thank you.
Because they're probably sleeping. Ready? Or Paul?
Paul?
Good morning. Okay, so you guys have this on your emails now as of about an hour and a half ago. You have the call listings for April. We had 125 calls. We provided 14 mutual aid to outside departments. We handled all but 4 of the calls. 2 were because vehicles were out of service, and 2 because we didn't have an officer be available. We're working on the Strawberry Festival stuff. The state submission should be this week. We participated in the Little League Parade, did vehicles back and forth from service. 2031, no true issues. We're just waiting back ordered parts for a panel in the back of the ambulance.
Is it in service, Paul?
What's that?
Is it in service?
It's in service. Yep. And New York State Department of Health compliant. Even with that back ordered part. It's on the tape. It's on the tape item here.
And I always like to know the mileage if you have that right in front of you.
Oh, I didn't say that, 25,920.
Thank you.
Yep. 2032, I don't have the mileage handy, but it has an EPS laid out and it left today to go for repair. It's outside of Justin's hands over at the village. 2033 has 151,000 miles, 151, 156. It's in service. No issues. The tire leak was fixed today by Justin. And 2051, the buggy, 47,503, and no issues.
Thank you.
And just remember the call listing that you have on email is not for public release.
Thanks.
Yep.
I don't think you have anything on the agenda for us tonight.
No, I don't think so.
Anybody have anything for EMS? Thanks, Paul.
Yep.
Great.
Last week we helped the Little League field on the back part of it. We filled in their potholes thanks to the town of Owego with their millings. We fixed that this week for their parade. For 2 days, all we did was vacuum out DIs around the village that were full or whatever we needed to get done to get that done. Today we started milling with our little milling machine on West Avenue and Delphine. There was a couple settle spots on the new blacktop that we milled out and repaved, and that big monstrosity hole on Erie Street by the that yellow house. Yeah, we milled that down and repaved all that today. There's a couple more spots on Erie, but today was the first day we got it out and it worked great. So, and the ongoing stuff is the sweeper, and Rick, the electrician, was over at the fire station last week and got all their emergency lights up and running, so that they have emergency lights now.
When the power goes out, we're.
Yeah. Good to see, right?
Yep. Thank you.
The National Bird at the gazebo, Bobby Harris had that up and running for him. The ongoing stuff, Mondays are chipping and pitching and bags. Sweeping has been going on for the last 2 to 3 days a week. And if I don't have him there, I got him out mowing, because mowing grass is growing faster than I am.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to jockey everybody around. We did hire 2 temporaries for the summer, for the cemetery. And hopefully a couple more kids, after they get out of school, they'll be in the cemetery also, to help out. Pretty much it.
I got a question. Is there a way to construct a separate power source for the fire station, so that when we have people like firehouse subs come, that they could plug in, you don't have to have a door open for.
I thought they had their own generator.
No, they run a cord.
Is there any way?
Not without a generator.
Can somehow put like a
Well,
lock plug on the
outside
outside?
outlet. I think that's what he's talking
Oh,
about.
What about outside outlet?
Yeah, we could do that. We can cordwood that, the foundation. Right.
With like a lock. cover
Yeah,
on
because
it?
remember when you do that, you didn't just pick it for that twice a year that somebody comes there. You gave it to all our homeless and all our electric stealers who want to do all their stuff. I'm just saying, when you put an outside thing, we know what happened on the gazebo with that.
A lock covers.
Lockbox is one thing.
You can put a steel conduit in the lockbox, steel lockbox. Right. Not a big deal. Yeah. On station 2 though.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes, I can do that.
Outstanding.
Except
Fred,
we didn't decide that.
Fred,
Yeah.
New York State DC's just announced they're putting out, they have a zero, it's for electric vehicles, right? So it's a use it or lose it, the money is there. What one vehicle would you like full electric that we could apply
The only
for?
truck that I could probably use as electric is a code vehicle.
Well, that's already in the plan, but from your are there any, so it applies for light and medium weight trucks. So is there any truck that we can replace currently? You know, yes, can we replace your truck with an all-electric truck?
That would be the only, if I could put a plow on it,
Yeah, of course, it would have a plow.
mine would be the only thing. I would not use electric for anything that we're gonna be hauling materials with or anything like that. It's not feasible for electric. The code in my truck, I guess, could ever be electric.
Because if we're gonna get it for free, we could get you a brand new truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be mine.
Can I ask Laura a question? What do you mean, we're talking about getting certain grant monies and we know we were gonna get 60 grand or something, we could do a truck. What's this use it or lose it and what kind of money are you talking about?
Like this new pot that opened up, I wrote about it in my report to give later, but I wanted to know, because like.
Give me the real little version. Is there I don't want the big version. Do we have access to this money now or is this something we're dreaming about? Is something we're looking at? What are you talking about here? Just a quick one.
So the $90,000 grant that I wanted to get the code enforcement.
Okay.
Of all electric vehicle, that includes the code vehicle, the level 2 charger on this property, and we're hoping to get to explore the electric lawnmowers and weed whackers for the cemetery and the charging up there. So that way, like, because we do 8 months of mowing up there, so this would replace all the gas and expense in that, right?
This is $90,000 we're hoping to get?
No, we have secured $90,000 funding, and we need
okay.
to have our spending plan completed. We have the clock started on the 90 days.
Short version. What a truck for him that doesn't fit within 90. What is there more money that you're talking about?
Yeah, so it's New York State.
This is in addition to the 90,000.
That's what I'm asking. Yeah. What's this?
Separate than the 90,000.
Yeah. So what's the story on that? We don't have that yet, do we?
We would have to apply. Like it's just announced, right? Let me find it here. So.
Started about applying for it.
Yeah.
Well,
So the opportunity has opened up. So. Let me find it.
Nope.
Okay, so the New York State DEC, they opened up a new program called the Municipal Zero Emission Vehicle Rebate Program. So you can just put in applications, they're open now, for the purchase of zero emission light and medium duty fleet vehicles. The money is first come, first served until the pot runs out, and they have can't think of the number. It was less than $1 million less than $1 billion of money that they were giving out.
Trillion.
So, yeah. So, I mean, we're competing against, cities and counties and people who have planners who are doing this work, right? So, but I would like to, get ours. So I did the fleet inventory so I can show what truck we're replacing, what truck, what year, how much gas it was using, and then what we're replacing it with. And then we show that we're, saving greenhouse gases and doing improvements, and we get the vehicles for doing this work.
Can we do the rest of this on your report? Because I wanted just a quick version of whether we have the money or it's coming. Yeah. You can give all the detail on that.
Okay. Anything else for Fred?
I want Fred to get out of here.
Anybody have anything else for Fred?
Fred?
Oh, I have one more thing.
No.
On 90 Temple Street, there's a bunch of problems with the gutters. So, no, so
Second.
on 90 Temple Street, there's a bunch of problems with the gutters. They fell off or they're non-existent, and the building's getting a lot of damage. So I was wondering if like you and I could like go over, get some pieces, put them up, and then there's like at the end of the gutters, you put a like a little extension thing. It's a sleeve. You slip it on, and then you funnel the gutter water away from the building. They're really inexpensive, and the building needs 5 of them on their downspouts because they're just not there, and that can save a lot of. It's an easy fix to save a lot of problems. And then
Did we just do gutters over there?
no,
She's talking about the very bottom of the downspouts to push the water away.
Foundation.
Isn't that gonna be part of the project?
whenever that's funded or something, but like it's a thing that we can fix now, like the easy fix, and like we're getting like big damage to the building by just not, having them there. And so like it's something that like we can do.
The gutters and the downspouts are part of that project.
They are.
But this is something like we can do for basic maintenance that we don't need to hire anybody and pay costs. Like we can just do these things, right? And then at 178 Main Street, there's something wrong. The bills for months are really extremely high, and the NICEAG bills.
That wasn't the complaint. The complaint is why we're using it. And the reason why is because the baseboard hot water was off. And I refired it when I talked to Rod about it. It was shut, it didn't reset. So it wasn't using any gas at that time. And now all of a sudden, we've been putting heat in it all the rest of the winter. And that's the gas plus the hot water heater, and everything is still on.
So the bill isn't
Let's turn
jumping.
them off.
Yeah, the bill isn't
Winter's
jumping
over.
with the weather or the temperature.
Right.
It's just at one solid throughout the summer and
That's not what I
winter.
saw. Okay.
Yeah,
I had not
so
seen that.
so the only things using the gas and electric are like the hot water heater and the furnace. So like,
The boiler.
yeah, is NICEAG like giving us like really high estimates and not able to access to get an actual rate, and we're paying like hundreds a month in the bills.
They normally get the key, so sometimes they might not get it. Normally they get a key.
We've been providing gas readings to NICEAG from the station. Because it's been estimated at like 25 therms and.
Which is insane.
Right.
Yeah, so like we've just been paying like really high rates significantly for like 8 months or something. And it's not at a variable with the seasons or anything, like, so we're wondering if there's a open window or a leak or what's going on.
I bet NICEAG messed up like half of it.
I've been there several times for that, but you guys have been wanting to know. I've not smelled any gas in there. Boiler's working. I have no idea.
NICEAG gets everybody's bills wrong.
I mean, I'll trade it for their bill too. Put my bill in there.
It's May. It doesn't gonna freeze till November or October. Let's just turn off all the stuff in there. We can't solve about why it did this in November or December. Let's just turn the things off, as there's no reason to have them on.
Well, the bigger thing is we gotta sell that building.
But we have to do all that, but whatever reason that the utilities were too high, let's turn them off.
It's many thousands of dollars that we're paying.
Yeah, but I don't
We're
know-
not gonna pay them because we're gonna turn them off tomorrow.
But I don't know if that's gonna fix our bill. If they're estimated.
No, it's not gonna fix the back bill. That's something to investigate.
Well, I'm saying if they're estimated, then we're gonna keep getting those bills. Even if we turn them off. Because that's how NICEAG works. Check into those NICEAG bills, figure out what their deal is. Between the bills and the building.
Those bills are very simple. They have usage. It has A actual, E estimated, C customer read. It's real simple. You'll know how they base their bill. Get the bills, get the last 10 of them and look at them. This is easy.
Probably a bunch of estimates.
Can we get customer reading?
Yes, we can,
Anything else for?
but we don't need it till October or November.
Yeah, no, then either.
Well, I did speak with Fred earlier today. We need to get that estimate on the paving up in the cemetery. If we don't get that going in the next few months, forget it till next year.
Yeah.
I don't.
Night.
Sorry to keep you so long.
You don't think there's nothing else on the agenda for us? Other department heads, police chief, and anything from him?
Yeah, we have one thing from the police. We had hired Cole LaDucher to be a part-time police officer. It was going to become full-time when he completed it, et cetera, et cetera. The thing that is going to be necessary because of civil service is we're going to need to hire him as a full-time, we're ready to go, provisional officer, because he can't be it has to be provisional until he passes the civil service. He's allowed to be the officer, he's allowed to do it, but he has to pass the civil service, be on the list, and to make him a different level of full-time. So we put him on contingent of these various things. So I'm going to move tonight that we hire him. I've got it written down here somewhere. He will start May 12th, full-time provisional. So that is a motion that we hire.
Do we have a rate for that, or is it just whatever's in the union contract?
I'm sorry?
Do we have a rate for that, or is it just?
The rate is the same.
In the union?
No, that's the union contract rate. So that's a motion that we hire, just to clean it up, that we hire Cole LaDucer, full-time, starting May 12th, provisional.
And we've already done this.
We've done kind of it, but I'm just trying to clean it up a little better. This will be his full-time start date.
Suck at that. Any other discussion on that?
So
Did we have this,
What's that?
she answered my question.
About interviewing? No. Oh, yeah, we did that.
Oh, yeah, we know. He's been working for a long time.
yeah, so he was like one of two that are going through the academy right now that
Nope, he's done with the academy.
he's done now. Okay.
We have nobody in the academy.
Okay. But he was the one that was completing it at the
Yeah,
time.
he had to finish a couple of things for certification, which he did all that, the physical of this. He completed all the things that we asked of him to be done. And now it's just a civil service piece.
Okay.
And we can't hire him under civil service until, that's what the provisional is. He has to take the civil service test as soon as it's offered, and he has to score a certain amount, and he has to be within the top 3, blah, 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 the same stuff, same civil service stuff. What do you want to know?
Like within the last 2 or 3 months that we hired him on?
Yeah, what about?
Okay. It's just, yeah.
We hired him
Okay.
a few
Yeah,
months
it was
ago.
really recently. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Fran?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
And Mitch. Anything else with police?
The parade permits for
Oh, yeah.
the Memorial Day parade and the parade permit for Lucky Hare's, whatever it was called.
We have the lucky here. I don't see it on the list.
Yeah, getting a copy of them is hard.
I know we talked about that.
Oh, that's right. The mayor was supposed to do that. Have you done that with him, Rodney, yet?
This with the stationed off,
Today was the day or whatever. What's it?
this with the stationed off area?
Yes, stanchion area. They were, SLA required a letter. Okay. So Lucky Hair should, we did it contingent on a number of things. That should be pretty much in order. So we approved that, and the police chief has signed off on that. And I have,
Oh, yeah, this letter is just, I write one of these letters every year for the rainbow, for the fair.
okay.
So it sounds like the same.
Yeah,
They
so,
get to
yeah,
the-
you have to give it to her, and then she has to give it to the
Yeah.
state liquor
Are
authority.
you gonna do one for Memorial Day?
Let me remind.
So Memorial Day Parade, and I have someplace here, I have a copy of that parade permit, but others have got a copy. And I move that we approve the Memorial Day Parade as, with the normal as per the permit with the normal conditions.
May 27th, 9 a.m. Rest of forming to 10 a.m. from the police station, normal route. Rusty,
Yes.
Laura,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Fran,
Yes.
Terry,
Yes.
Charles, and yeah.
Do the kids.
Yeah, let's do the kids picnic.
Where's that on the thing?
So we got an application to use Marvin Park for the kids picnic. Except they're gonna use the opposite side of it this year because of the construction.
Mr. Mayor. Move we allow the VFW Kids, Tioga County Kids Picnic on 3rd of August, noon to 4, and allow them to use the Fireman's Pavilion and the grandstand bathrooms. Allow them to park cars on the infield and waive any fees.
What's the date?
August 3rd.
Can you say something about the alcohol after 4 p.m. that's written on the application? Because it's a kids' picnic, and I'm just wondering about the alcohol.
It's only permitted for.
Right at the top.
Yeah, I saw that there.
Yeah, what's the alcohol?
I don't know what.
Yeah.
Well, did somebody second my motion?
Means the kids can't drink it.
Did somebody second the motion? Mike, did somebody second the motion? Rodney, did you get everything I said?
Nobody said.
Well, would somebody do that so we can talk about?
I'll second it so we can talk about it.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't know when the alcohol after 4.
That's some scribbling on the top. That's not part of the parade
It
permit.
does say that the picnic is from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. So maybe they're gonna, maybe they're gonna drink while they're cleaning up. I don't know.
Yeah, they go back to the VFW building.
I don't know.
So can we say we approve it, except for the alcohol after 4, because we don't believe the children should be drinking?
No,
Yeah.
no, we can't say that.
Well.
Yes, we can say that.
I do believe the children should.
Or we
be
could,
drinking.
we could demand that the children be drinking, or it's not part of the parade permit. I don't know what that's up there.
The parents.
So it's a Marvin Park reservation form and
Yes.
not a parade permit.
Yes.
Thank you.
And it's not really a parade, it's actually a picnic, so that kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah, no, this is our normal work.
I think that's a note. I can't tell you for sure. I think that's a note to just say, we're not intending to have alcohol at this activity. We're having a kids thing and we're not asking for a typical Marvin Park alcohol permit. We're not intending to do that.
You can ask Cindy, she filled out the permit.
Then we can always
We can say no.
and we can always amend it if there's something there that's not right.
Yes, and bikes.
We do this every year. Is there a problem with this?
No. I never seen anybody drinking any beer there.
Not until he's 4 o'clock.
After 4, maybe.
Not at Marvin Park though.
5 o'clock someplace.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's a VFW building.
Plenty of beer to be at that. All right, so we got a motion and a second to accept the form and waive the fees, correct?
Yes.
Rusty,
Yes.
Laura,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes, as long as there's no alcohol.
okay. Fran,
Yes.
Terry,
Yes.
Charles,
Yes.
and yes. Okay, we're done with this. Let's see, fire department.
You got that?
I actually have one fire department thing that's not planned.
Okay.
Gavin got a hold of me before the meeting, and it's his duties at the New York State Firefighters Association or whatever.
Yeah, he's vice president or something.
Yeah, so the OSHA is revising the rules to be from 5 pages to like 400 pages or something. So the New York State firefighters have prepared this resolution, which we don't have to pass tonight, just wanted me to give it to you guys. It doesn't oppose the OSHA regulations, it just asks them for, you can read it, but a longer comment period, a public hearing, in-person public hearing, that kind of, about the rule changes. So he's asking a bunch of municipalities around New York State to pass a resolution, this same resolution, to take to, as New York State Firefighter Association, to OSHA to say, hey, you're killing us, kind of, can you do these things? So. That's your
So-
from the fire department.
So when you talking with that part?
No. Got another piece of that?
Yeah.
Okay, Charles, let's finish up. So we don't have to pass this tonight. We probably ought to. And the gentleman, Eric Hawkins, who's likely to be our new chief, the only one running for fire chief, has already signed a petition in whatever degree of agreements with this sort of thing. So you'll understand that our chief is,
They're trying to send this by June, so that's fine.
okay.
He wanted me to present it and then maybe next meeting pass it, or we could pass it tonight.
I'd like time to read it before
Well,
we
Let's do it next time.
pass it.
But, yeah.
So there it is, we'll stick it on the agenda for next time. What else we got?
I was hoping, Chief, Jim Morris would be here tonight, said he was gonna make it, but I guess he couldn't. As Wednesday was his last meeting as chief at fire board, and, just would like to make it official that we thank him for his service as chief.
Rusty.
Thank you. I think that's excellent. Thing that didn't happen at the fire board because things happened so fast and this and that. We have two other chiefs that have served honorably, Mr. Churchman and Mr. Bolin, and we failed to appreciate them and thank them at the fire board. And so could we add that and to your
Are they
official
all not-
thing? What's that?
Are they all not running?
They are all not running again. They're all leaving. So I would like us to add those other two chiefs.
Thank them all. Anything else?
That's all I have for now.
Very good.
Can we move on to our executive session?
I think so.
Yeah, and
Cleared out.
there are more than one thing in there, so this can be some time.
Yeah,
So-
well, won't take too long.
It might be because there's something else that,
Yeah,
Not-
I do have another issue. Completely separate.
yeah, so you may have one, yeah, so we have a number of them.
The sewer department, they sent a report
Oh,
via
sewer.
email. And in it, they included like a bid from McGuire for a Jeep Patriot. Like if they want to purchase a new vehicle. Did you see that? So,
Yeah.
That was what it was, a Jeep Patriot?
yeah.
I don't know why we combined it.
Where is that?
And so I think we should explore getting
$65,000.
an all-electric vehicle, for free, equivalent to what they're looking for.
You want a Jeep Patriot for $65,000?
Yeah, I've got that someplace here. It says it's a pickup
I'm not
truck.
sure the use of why they chose that or what use that really has, but like we could purchase something for a whole lot
It's not a
less
Jeep
with
Patriot.
rebates.
Who said Jeep Patriot? It's not a Jeep Patriot.
What's it called?
It's a fancy truck.
Where the heck is that?
It is a truck.
So, yeah, here it is. So it's a
24 Jeep Gladiator.
Jeep Gladiator.
That's a truck.
That's a Jeep truck.
Yes. So they want to get a 2024 Jeep Gladiator.
For 63.
For like $63,000. And so could we, can we explore getting an electric vehicle comparison to the size and use and do it without the expenses, to get it with the rebate program?
I guess I'd have to figure out why they want that truck.
Yeah.
You had to know, did you see it though?
No.
Replaces 2012 Dodge Super.
Get rid of the 12-year-old truck.
Yeah. So they want to.
Okay, well, that's fine, but why are we buying a Jeep Gladiator?
He calls it a work utility truck. So fine, yeah, let's find out. Sure, Commissioner, let's find out from him what the story is on the truck, what other.
Like, is that Jeep the cheapest thing? I don't know.
It's not on the market for, the others incomparable in its class. It's not the cheapest.
They usually are. What's he driving now? It's they want to replace a 2012 Dodge Super Duty. Which the bed, body, and frame are rusting out. No driver, running board, and passengers loose. No frame to attach it to. We put 6,000 to 8,000 in the truck to keep it running over the last few years. Even Justin, the mechanic, says we're better off getting a new truck. Which is probably true.
That's right.
Prius.
Doesn't have all that many miles on it, really.
No, really. No,
But
they
it's
ride
getting,
out
the truck's getting 13 miles to the gallon.
All right, you got all the info.
Yeah.
So we'll dig into that, I guess. Yeah, we'll look into it. I'm not opposed to a new truck, I just don't know why they did that. Not opposed to that new truck either, there's some reason to it.
Yeah, it's a special function or something.
Go to executive session.
Yeah, we'll do the executive session.
And last little thing quickly about the kids picnic. I mean, in one sense, it certainly would be polite to ask, whether we have to ask. They want to use the pavilion that we've allowed the fire department to have for some of that.
Did they clear out the fire department?
I would think not yet. So that would be a thing to bring up to the
No, we should definitely do it.
to the department.
I don't think they'll object, but yeah.
Yeah, well, but that's just the proper way to do it. We should be talking or asking about that.
Legally, they don't have the pavilion, but.
Yeah.
They put a lot of work into it.
We'll talk to the old chief or the new chief.
Or both. Either way. Yeah, we'll go together.
Did we have anything else?
Probably the new chief, one of the new chiefs.
Did we have anything else on here?
Well, we got one second.
No, I've been on our thing.
We'll go in the other room and we will call Nate on the phone.
So we're going to be some time
Okay, we gotta find Rodney.
He's gone home. No, probably not. Hang on a minute.
I don't wanna take the notes. You done with it?
His stuff is still here.
This is the only room that's cold, by the way.
Yeah, it's cold in the building, so.
I don't know why this room does not, like, that thing, I can't figure out where either. No matter what we set it at, it's always cold in here, whether it's summertime, wintertime.
We back in session?
Once we find Rodney.
Not till Rodney's here.
Oh, okay.
Don't start the second half till the clock operator's here.
That's right.
They did that in a basketball game once with us.
Right in anyway. Did you tell Rodney?
Yep.
Okay. We're
Have a
back.
good nap?
Okay.
Couple hours,
Told,
yeah.
told you it was gonna be long. Yeah. I'll take half of it with Charles.
All right. We're back. 10:40. Yeah, should we continue on now?
Did you restart the mic and the?
Yeah, we're all good. It kept recording. So. It was muted in case anybody was talking. We got pretzels. Second. All right, so we're back to old business. I've got on here the art committee. James asked me again about that.
Christina Nickerbacker said she could be on it. Christina DeStefano said her schedule does not allow it at this point.
Okay.
She did suggest maybe we try the pose. They do a lot with the art community. She works at the Pilates place.
Oh, yeah, okay.
They are also, so I wanted to check, does that sound like a good idea to you? Because I wouldn't mind.
Yeah. Christina's a big one because she did a lot of it.
Who was it that won't be on it?
Christina DeStefano, she feels at this point she's got so much going on this summer, and with her two little ones, she just really couldn't do it.
She's a big one because she's an art council.
I know.
She was
I spoke
driving a
to
lot.
Keith Nichols and he has agreed to be on it.
Okay, good.
James Mead said he would also do it.
Okay.
So it seems we do have enough members.
Yeah.
Do we need to send your emails to James then? Okay. So we can get together and do that.
So you can organize the meeting or whatever they want to do.
You want to hear on that?
Good. Got progress on that.
You want to, right?
All right. Next one is the motion for Steve.
Reintroduce this motion.
Yeah.
So
Do we take it off the table? How do we do that? We untable it?
On table, I guess.
I don't know how we do that.
We'll just make it.
All right. I make the motion to approve the new fire department member, Steve Solomon, into company number 4.
I'll second the motion.
All right. Shall vote on that. Go the opposite way this time for fun. Fran?
Yes.
Terry?
Can you come back to me?
Yep. Robert?
Yes.
Dave?
I'm gonna abstain on this one.
Laura?
I vote no.
Terry?
What's the rush?
Yes.
We're going back to Terry.
He has to do that. We know it.
Steve?
yes.
What'd you do? That was a yes.
I said yes.
Thank you. I choose not to participate in this.
You're abstaining. I vote yes. Does that pass?
How many yeses were there?
4, right? 4, 3.
What's count?
Well, 2 abstained.
2.
I didn't abstain, I refused to participate.
4, 1, 2.
Right.
Right.
Okay. So it passed. All right. Now, the easy stuff. Let's do the rest of it. Okay, so the next thing is the scheduled public hearing on the charter franchise agreement. Is it Spectrum?
Do we want to have it next meeting?
Yes, so me and Nate have worked with them to get to the best terms that we're gonna get to. And we've got it in your packet.
Yeah, I don't like them.
Yeah, I know, nobody does. But, so on the flip side of this does tie them to pay us. So it's kind of a good thing for us.
What does the old agreement say about payment?
I don't know, Nate could tell you all about it. This is roughly the same as for payment, although this should generate us more. They use the term of more money loosely because their subscribers are dropping by the day. But we will generate money on more of their things because we loosened up the terms of what their gross revenue is.
We got better.
So it includes more things than it used to.
Someplace in here, doesn't it say it's 5% of something?
Yeah, 5% of their.
I'm just trying to find it.
Gross revenue. But if you read the definition of gross revenue, that changed a lot. Oh, yeah. To loosen up the terms of what they can give us money for, because their subscribers are dropping off like flies. So, I mean, that's good on our end. And we do make, I looked into this, we make $30,000 or $40,000 a year off of this.
Is that what it's been, Rodney?
Yeah.
And it would be interesting to know what it was based on before.
Yeah, we could dig all that up, but.
Yeah, well, we got time to dig it out because we're gonna have a public
Right.
hearing.
So step one is we have to schedule a public hearing, and then we have to have the public hearing.
So as others have recommended years ago for Time Warner, and it also says in here with that 5% or whatever can be, whatever they pay us can be added to the bills
Oh,
of
yeah,
the
no,
people
they ain't
getting
gonna
the
eat it.
service. Don't you love that?
They ain't gonna eat it, for sure.
And I don't think that means it'll be added to the bill. I don't know, once again, what the details are. I don't know that means it will be added to the bills of everybody in the state. It might just
No,
be
probably just
whatever
individual.
they have to pay us gets added to our bills in the village.
Probably.
Great. And of course, I say, it was recommended years ago with Time Warner, when we weren't happy with them particularly, that we not, I mean, we know what they want, that we not do it for 10 years. We recommended we do it with Time Warner for 2 years.
Yeah,
Bring them
so
back in 2 years.
We did talk to them about, they wanna do 15, we talked them down to 10, and 10 is the lowest they go for anybody.
So so what happens if we say no, that's too long for us?
So if we say no to this thing, then they don't have to pay us that 30, 40 rent a year.
And they can still, they still get the franchise?
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have a choice?
Pretty much.
Is that right, Nate? If we don't like the terms of this, they get the franchise anyways?
Well, I mean, if you decide you don't like the terms, then they would just turn off service at some point.
They would turn off service.
Right.
Well, that's an interesting little battle back and forth.
I mean, that's you might have seen in the past with like other news stories and other places where a particular channel, or not channel, but service wasn't given a franchise, or they were battling over what to show or not.
Yeah. They'd turn it off until you could bargain out an agreement. Okay,
Right.
just curious.
So anybody like to set up a public hearing for that?
Move, we have a public hearing on, what's today, 6, May 20th, 7 PM for,
It's not a local law or anything, it's just a
Nope.
franchise agreement?
public, well, we do have to have a public hearing, right?
Yes.
So move, we have on May 20th, 7 PM, public hearing on charter franchise agreement.
I second.
Rusty,
Yes?
Laura,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Fran, Terry,
Yes.
Charles,
Yes.
and me. All right, next thing is payment of bills. Did we get them? We have questions. Anybody want to pay bills?
Just pay the bills.
Any motion?
I'll second that.
Any discussion on the bills?
You looked at them, Mike, all good?
And nobody likes bills. Rusty,
Yes?
Laura,
Skip me for a second.
Dave? Yes. Fran,
Yes.
Terry,
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Trustee reports, yeah.
There are two quick three.
There they are. I did see it. Okay, yes.
And yes for me. We did that. Communications, I do have something.
Did we do minutes yet?
Yeah, we did all our stuff.
Minutes or
Let's
communications,
do
Mike?
communications, because I actually have something.
Ooh.
So we received a petition about the operation of the Owego Hartford line.
Oh, boy.
So the people of the flats that signed this petition, which is quite a lot of them, are complaining about noise, excessive diesel fumes, motorists' speed to excessively beat the train, long trains blocking the crossings. And they want to know what we can do about it. So does anybody want to look into this? Because I've looked into it a little bit. There is, there's people keep bugging me about it, so I've looked into it a little bit. There is we can pass like a quiet zone, right? Most of this is governed by the federal government. We can pass a quiet zone, but it has some other implications to it. So I wouldn't say we should just do that. We can look at it.
Yeah, I mean, how are you gonna know, warn people?
That's the issue, right?
Of the
I would be
crossings.
afraid if somebody got hit by a train, it would
I mean,
somehow be
there
our
are school
fault.
buses that go through that area quite frequently.
So there are two options, right? The train company can either have flagmen, which when they owned the railroad, that's what they did. Now, the new owner of the railroad is following the other federal law, which says since there's no good crossings, there's no flagmen, they have to blow the horn the entire way through the crossing. Which is pretty much all the way from the station past the school.
Yeah, so it's like 20 seconds or whatever, you know.
Like 20 minutes.
20, yeah.
That train
it's a
don't go
lot.
very fast.
Do they have the option of which to do?
Yes.
So that's not up to us to say, nope, we don't
No.
want the thing, you gotta have the flag, but they get to decide that, okay.
Can I see the petition?
Oh, yeah. Pass it around.
Do they
There
run
is
those trains at night too? Because I'm only there during the day.
No, I don't think so. I don't know.
Yes, I do.
The one that goes
I
through the
never-
flats?
I- you-
Well, the big train goes at night,
The
but
big
does the,
train definitely.
does the little
Yeah,
train
big
go at
train.
night?
The Owego Hartford line behind your house doesn't go at night.
I don't think so. 'Cause those
They
are
shouldn't be,
light up.
they shouldn't be
Okay,
running,
I'll take it.
they shouldn't be running up to the,
The regular
the
Norfolk
gas.
Southern line, definitely. I mean, that,
Oh, yeah,
right behind my
that's-
house, that goes all night.
Right.
they run up to the gas, ending of the line at Hartford. They're probably not doing that at night.
I would
They
think.
don't.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right.
The
But I mean,
Norfolk Southern, just when
every
they
day
come
it's-
across.
it's
it.
a
Oh, yeah.
long-
Oh, yeah.
Long whistle.
But those are different. They don't have to blow it the whole time the train goes through because there's gates.
Maybe a couple long or short.
Right.
I mean, 50 years ago or so, there used to be gates at all
Right.
those
So
intersections.
the track that the Hartford Southern, or the Hartford Owego line runs on is owned by the IDA and leased by this company. So I've kind of directed that some of those people, that may be a better path than us. As far as getting them to do something. Yeah, this is an issue. I don't know how we solve it.
Yeah.
Uh,
Just like if write a letter encouraging them to use the flagman instead.
Right.
That would be, just, it really is bothering people, could you please do this? If that's one of the ways they could do it.
It is one way they can do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the cheapest way, which is probably why they're doing the other way.
Well, that's probably the thing that we need to do, which is contact the railroad, ask them if they'll do that. And then and hopefully they ask them for a reply. And then we'll try to get a hold of our petition sender and tell them what our options were, what we can control, what we can't, and what it is.
Right.
I mean, at least we'll have done, we will try and we will have done something.
Yeah, no,
We're not trying to
something.
just be hollow and pretend to do something. We're trying to do it, but we can't do it.
Like it's a lot,
Charles.
not regulated by us.
What is that option of establishing a quiet zone?
So there is through the railroad, if you look it up, you can establish a quiet zone for your municipality. But I think we really need to check into it, especially with Nate, whatever, because there may be other implications, especially with the big train.
You know that's not going to
Yeah, that's
override
probably not gonna go.
the safety of the crossings.
Yeah.
There's
But
not a
if we-
chance
If
in
we
the world.
don't use that quiet zone with that, can we use it on East Temple Street with these roosters?
Maybe.
It is time to do that. I know I keep frogging around, but the
Well, because
rooster
windows are
people,
gonna be open now.
the rooster people, yeah, the
Right,
roosters,
the
it's getting
windows
seasoned and
closed.
some of the rooster people came this week and chatted about that, and so it's
Yeah,
time.
I've had people talk to me.
It's time to, and we're trying to put the whole thing together with domestic animals, and we're trying to put the whole thing together. But we could also, if we're just not ready, we can make a rooster law by itself
That's
before
true.
we put the whole thing together. We don't even,
Separate.
well, we don't have to deal with the chickens this minute. We don't, or whatever that's gonna take. We can just do the roosters.
That's true. We could separate them.
I'm all for that.
Anyway, so those are two big issues that, this is big for everybody in the flats. I think about everybody over there is contacting me about this train.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to take us off track.
Yeah.
It was all big noise, but, yeah.
And the rooster's a different kind of crowing,
Oh, my God.
20 minutes a day.
The rooster on the train.
Yeah, right.
Send it to North Valley.
Hold still.
Yeah, put that rooster to work. Put him on the train.
You wanna,
I was thinking outside the box.
for the next meeting, you wanna, I don't know the code number, but a law about animals, that says, no roosters in the village. You want a law ready to go next meeting? We present it, think about it, and the next meeting after that, we would, if we were in favor of it, we will have the public hearing. You want to law that way next meeting? You guys want to do the roosters?
I think we should do it.
Okay, I'll try to drop.
We need to go beyond that.
I know we do, but I'm just saying this is, yeah, that's just
It's a quick fix.
a piece for that right now. I'll get the help and drop that. That's because that's a simple thing. I think Nate'll tell me.
And we also, on that same law action, I've got complaints about parking on McMaster Street in front of, like, across from Agway, across the street from Agway.
Yep. The owners of the mill and the owners of Agway would like us to not allow parking on the west side of McMaster between Delphine and
I
West.
don't know which specifics, but we may want to think about, I know we got a lot of parking stuff, but maybe do that because they're, like, this last weekend, there was an issue with a Scott Smith and Son truck and a bunch of cars parked there.
What was causing the parking?
Establishments in that area.
A lot of customers parking in that area for
Successful business.
Yes, successful business happening on the weekends.
I haven't spoken, Mike, I haven't spoken with Laura yet, but spoken to Dave. The traffic committee is going to meet this week and go over there and look at that parking some more and try to come back with a recommendation. I know the code and Fred, and the police are all concerned and want something done, so we're gonna go take a look again. We've looked at it 23 times, but we're gonna look at it again.
And again, even if we just piecemeal into that one thing, so Well, there is a lot of truck traffic there, to go over to Scott Smith.
Okay, so you're talking about that block
Well,
between
there you
West
go.
Avenue and
Delphine, where Scott
Delphine,
Smith
yeah,
is.
that one block.
That's one, I mean,
Well, that's
we're gonna
very
look at the whole
reasonable,
piece, but that's
yes.
one of the pieces.
Where there's a ton of truck traffic to get to
Yeah.
Scott Smith's.
I mean, everybody's going over to Scott Smith, yes, that,
And it was an issue this last weekend. They got through it, but it was pretty tight.
So there's technically parking on the west side. There, what we call it the mill on the side opposite Agway. Agway's been concerned about that for years, about their people perpendicular parking in and backing out. Hardly anybody ever parks over there, but once in a while they do. And the people having problem backing out with their cars over there. So they and the mill both would like there not to be parking on that side. So the property owners of that whole street don't want it there. And for various reasons. And this truck came up West Avenue and tried to turn left to go over to Scott Smith's, and there was cars parked right up to the corner, and they couldn't turn the truck.
And there was cars at Agway, so it was kind of like.
So, I mean, no, when we get both sides of that street parked up there, it's a problem with school buses, problem with everything. So that's what sniffing
That
it.
might be one of those piecemeal, like.
Yeah, we might just, might do a piece at a time or whatever.
Yeah, right. Scott Smith loves that.
oh, yeah, everybody goes to Scott Smith and Son. I swear, if you wanna find a police officer, there's always
Yeah,
one
put that
over
in the
there.
record.
No, I sorry, I
All right.
misspoke.
One of our last, well, I'm getting there, more minutes.
Laura, minutes?
I motion to approve the regular board minutes of April 1st
Okay.
as presented.
Second that.
Any discussion on them? Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
And yes.
Then I approve to accept the minutes of the regular board meeting held on April 15th.
Had we not done one before? I didn't even remember.
We have two of them to do.
We have both of them, okay.
I'll suck at that. We didn't do either April meeting.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember, I thought somebody had a question about getting the details of our variation of the NICOM laws for
Oh,
meeting
yeah.
procedures, and that was gonna be like a thing, I
That
wasn't
was
sure if we
April
like
1st thing, but we
said we were
just
gonna
approved
include
it.
that.
In the annual meeting?
In the annual meeting minutes, they're not in the ones we just approved, but they would be in the annual ones.
Oh, we will.
So maybe
Well,
we approve those?
You just approved it.
Yeah,
Okay.
we just did that without thinking
Well,
about that.
we
let's add it
we
in
just
there.
approved the regular ones, not the annual ones.
It does say regular board meeting, should have said annual. Because April 1st would have been the annual board meeting. So put on-
We actually approved at that meeting to accept NICOM's general
Order business.
order with all our local exceptions.
Okay, so that's why it's not
So
on
we,
today's.
so we said that and we didn't list every exception.
So there was something in the regular board minutes that somebody at that time.
Which we should list all the exceptions.
Well, I guess we could, but we move them around just like we did tonight anyways.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Those are our exceptions. They change every week.
Yeah, pretty much.
I wrote them down as we were talking about
But
them, and you
but that
probably
doesn't,
did too,
but
we
that
don't.
doesn't matter. They change anyways. Even those are not written in stone. Those are just guidelines.
We should type up some kind of thing, so we can have something. But yeah, okay. So anyway, these other meetings are from the second.
So did you want to approve the 15th?
Mhm.
Like them?
Mhm.
Motion?
Dave seconded. She first did, Stevie second.
Did we already
She did,
do?
yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Oh,
This was in the
15th.
discussion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Rusty,
Yes.
Laura,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Fran,
Yes.
Terry,
Yes.
John, yes, and yes. All right, trustee reports. Dave, first on the list. This is alphabetical order.
That's all right. That's all right. Like Rusty mentioned, we're gonna go out, once we get Laura on board this week, and go over and take a look at that parking issue
Okay, good.
at the Beer and Donut. We go look Beer and Donut. Try to avoid Ike at all cost.
Yeah, all right. It's up the block, it'll be fine. Rusty's next, he's probably not ready yet.
Disappointed, nothing.
We'll come back, you'll have something later.
Yeah, I'll remember something.
Charles?
At the fire board meeting, we now have a garage door mural committee.
Oh, cool.
So Kenny Easton, Ken, I keep forgetting his last name.
Ken Coleman, that was here?
Coleman, yeah.
Yeah, he was here.
And I think CJ, did CJ said he was on board with that? Okay, yeah, so anything that goes, information, anything about the, about the mural, will get moved to them, and any information involving all of that. That's a good thing. It was announced that Pastor Jay is now the chaplain of the fire department. I was told, if you ever have the chance to see his sermon, down there on Sunday.
Yeah. Imagine it'd be quite good.
I already mentioned about asking Fred to get electricity on the outside of that,
Yeah, no, that's a good idea.
so that we don't have any issues with the doors being open in the future. It'd be good because, of course, firehouse subs and burn your lips donuts, what is it called?
Smoke eater.
Yeah,
Yeah, I didn't get to try any of those.
smoke eaters, yeah, that's it.
How does it
Those close. They're gonna be back.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How did Firehouse Donuts get approved to put the donuts there? You know, when we asked,
I thought it was the same deal with,
no, when we asked for
Firehouse subs.
two things were asked for. The Firehouse subs to come in on a particular week, and then the Station 3s to be used for the trout barbecue. No one asked for the Firehouse Donuts. I'm just curious on who asked for it and how it got approved. I don't remember voting to do that.
I was under the impression it was a package deal since it's the same company.
That's what I thought. One truck.
No.
One regular truck came.
Company, it's just
Nope.
sandwiches to donuts.
No,
Nope.
we've always listed, they ask,
I asked
and
for-
then we,
I asked for two things and
Yeah.
we voted to do them.
and then we
Just-
officially vote
just
to
asking.
allow them.
Just asking, remember, like I was asking about things that are being done proactively or not proactively, but whatever. Okay, forget that. Back to you, sorry.
But anyway.
And then, once again, I'd like to thank Jim Morris for his service, and also Tyler Bowen and Andy Churchman. They were both in my firefighter class.
Bunch of good guys.
Yep. That's all I got to say about that.
Next on our list is Laura.
Okay, so Wednesday, May 1st, we had our visit by the energy auditor from Tatum Engineering for the assessment of 90 Temple Street. So while we were doing it, I interviewed people who work in the building to get their ideas and hear from their experience in the building about what priorities they wanted off of the list of things and the things that we can get with money in the grants. What order they would like things done in and what would be the most meaningful for them. And like what their experience is in the building, and so they're doing a lot of modifications to the windows and drafts. It's not the windows themselves, some of them are, but it's the areas around and the ceiling and stuff. So we'll be given a report by the energy auditor, but we had a conversation during the time about what some of the best solutions would be, and we thought that the sealing up of the drafty things all throughout the building would save us a lot of costs and make their lives working in there so much better, right? So it was everybody wanted the windows as a top priority. And I'm requesting that you sign the contract that we, for the services, once we get it. I don't think they've actually given it to us yet. We're still looking for it. So the board approved the energy audit at the February 20th meeting, and that it's funded using the 5,000 NYSERDA grant that we won previously in the Climate Energy Communities Program. We won that for electric charging, and then we asked the state if we could reappropriate for the energy audit use, and they said yes. So so the energy audit is our first step. Like, you have to collect all the information on the building, and then we can show that we have the data to make, they have the recommendations for us, and then we can choose what's our best options and most effective for cost savings and stuff with the building. And with the grant money, we have to show and demonstrate that we will be getting energy savings, right, with what we purchase and stuff. So we've already done benchmarking with the bills and stuff, so we have many years long control about what the usage is for that building and others. Already reported about touring homeowners or residents for the Liberty and Temple. Solar permit, we're still looking to get that up on the website. The fleet inventory, I still need the year purchased for all the vehicles that the village owned, and we've only got like half of the dates of the things that we own. So I need to get that, because that's what we need to get the $150,000 grant to put the money into 90 Temple to fix up that building. So I need to get.
I think you know the one for the fire department, right? Is that the same thing you asked for?
The fleet inventory, yep.
All right.
Yep. So, yep. The next Climate Smart Communities Task Force meeting is going to be on a different date, this time Friday, May 17th at 10 a.m. It's at the County Office Legislative Meeting Room at 56 Main Street. Let's see. We're doing a lot of work. One thing is we're trying to finalize our grant that we won. The DEC finalized our work plan and our budget, and we need to work on the contractor agreement. So we still need to work with Nate to figure these out, because once these are finished, we'll have our CFM. We have $25,000 for 5 years of certified floodplain manager once we get this done, and we could really use that help. So we had the Cadmus call for the wastewater treatment plant, and that went really well. That was Dirk, Dave, Jerry Wiley, and I, and Michael Brown, and then he's our NYSERDA coordinator, and then Rex Hazelton and Jim Jolly from Cadmus. So that's no cost technical services to help save energy and reduce operation costs. And so they had a list of the services that they provide, and they usually provide 1 or 2 of those services. And so from them, we could get training assessment tools, in-person training, climate risk assessment, and ASHRAE audits and reporting. So we could get an ASHRAE audit. They're $5,000 otherwise, right? And so we could get this free audit of the wastewater treatment plant. And most communities using the Cadmus services are getting those because of how much money it's worth to have that audit completed. So I would propose that we work with the ASHRAE audits and some other assessments once they finish the report. Still working on the Jake Breaks law. I attended a webinar on the importance of tree equity amidst a changing community climates by Penn State Extension. And I I got a couple of tools that we can use for grants. There's a tree equity score tool and the CJust. It's the climate and economic justice screening tool. And I also got our village's tree equity score is 86.
What is a tree equity score?
86 means they're out of here.
Trees have a lot of beneficial
Oh, okay. It is
uses
actually the
for residents.
trees in the community, okay.
Yeah, and I took a lot of notes.
I mean, so many things are acronyms now. I mean, tree could be an acronym for anything.
Yeah.
I also got there's like currently 5 tree somethings in the states, and they want to have one for every state coming up. But this person I got her email. We can send all our grants to them, and they will read them and advise us and help us better apply for grants.
Remember, we don't have enough to do.
Mhm. So it's just something I'm working on because it's tied into so many things that we're using with the interactions with climate smart communities and the soil and water, planting trees in the open spaces. It can stop the rush of water and it does a lot of controlling. And we have a lot of dying dying ash trees along the Owego Creek. And so if we can start a planting project to have maturing stuff and control all the massive dead ones and keep them from clogging up the creek and getting into the river, like it's part of a smart maintenance long-term program that we can do. I attended the planning board meeting. We had 2 candidates we interviewed for the summer project. It's a NYSERDA intern, so NYSERDA pays, it was like 75 to 80% of all the costs, and then the village only incurs a small amount, and it's like under $1,000 for the entire summer worth of work. And so since the last meeting, we interviewed 2 more people. Based on our interviews, we recommend the group, which was myself, Fran, Julie Nucci, Jerry Wiley, and Kevin Millar. We recommended that we hire a candidate, and I'll share her resume. I didn't get to that today. I intended to, but I didn't do it yet. So I'm going to share that to you, and that we organize a contract for the position to occur roughly from June 17th to late August. It's full-time, 10 weeks, and it's $17 per hour. And so.
No, it's part-time. She's gonna be working part-time for best law part-time here.
Yeah, so it'd be the 10 weeks instead of the 20 weeks. So full-time at 10 weeks instead of a part-time at 20 weeks. And so.
Quite understanding, but it's okay.
Yeah, so we would like to, they're hard to find, these candidates. And so we found a good one, and we'd like to try to.
Where's she from?
She's graduating from Binghamton University. Graduating next week.
Yeah, next week.
So originally, she went to Stony Brook and then Binghamton.
I just wonder if she's from the city or she's from up here. I'm just curious.
Stony Brook area.
Yeah, the Guyland.
But it's definitely coming from the Binghamton
I
University.
don't care. I'm just a casual
Yeah.
ask.
It'll be used for a long time. 99%.
Yeah, she's a very good fit if we hire her.
Keep going.
And then the New York State DEC just opened up the new program called the Municipal Zero Emission Vehicle. rebate program. And the applications are now open for the purchase of zero emission light and medium duty fleet vehicles. Money's first come, first serve until the pot runs out. And I would like to investigate purchasing a vehicle for code to replace the 2021 Ford Blazer. And that, that's the one that didn't pass inspection from, last year.
Yep.
A truck for the DPW, and Fred says like his truck, and his truck that he's driving right now is like also from, it's like 2015. Yeah, his truck is from 2015. It's got quite a bit of miles on it and stuff. So, and then a truck for the sewer department, and they want to replace the 2012 Dodge Super Duty and they said with that Jeep, but I think we can explore getting something for free, right? With the rebates.
Did you say add, so you said 3 trucks, but one of them, we believe we already have the grant money for.
Yeah.
So the other 2 are wishful, if we can get in on this second.
Yeah, but if I can get the grant money for code through this, then we'll use the 90,000 for something else,
Sure,
right? So
who has to apply for this house? Don't, not the long version, who has to do this?
Well, I included, for more information, I included the whole thing from the DEC that explains the program, so I'll have to figure out how you can view that. But everybody else is gonna have a link.
Hire Julie to do this.
She's not hired to
I don't
be
think she's supposed to be writing grants on this kind of stuff.
organizing truck purchases for them.
No, grants, applying for grants is not part of it.
Apply for the grant, get the money. We can spend the money, but who's gonna apply for it and get it? Tell us later.
Okay, and then tonight, I attended another meeting via Zoom, and the village received national recognition from the American Planning Association. The Hazard Mitigation and Disaster Recovery Planning Division with an award called the 2024 Kenneth C. Topping Planning Innovation Award.
Is it a cheesecake?
And this is our recognition for our efforts on our 2024 Tyler County Hazard Mitigation Plan jurisdictional annex for the village of Owego. And so we won. We won this.
We won this.
And so anyways, it honors the best new approach for solving a hazard mitigation, disaster recovery, or resilience program within the past 2 years. And the engravers put the wrong name on it.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So we're gonna be getting a new one. But the federal government and the planning, the state, all the state people know
They misspelled Bob.
that it is Owego. And
Is it Oswego? No, is it Oswego?
yes, that's the artist who did the etching.
Yeah, Oswego.
Put Oswego. Yeah. So anyways, we're gonna be getting a new one in the mail. But this is our award for our work that we did.
Good job.
The hazard mitigation plan update. And it was a lot of work. But anyways, we're nationally recognized now for it.
Mike, wouldn't it be easier to change our name to Oswego than to change?
So we'd have to change our zip code too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lovely award.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, people worked hard to do it.
Yeah, I had a lot of hours in there.
Yeah.
And that's my end of my report.
Can't sell that thing to Oswego.
We'll say Oswego.
Yeah, but they're not in Tiger County, so they can't really.
Yeah, Terry, you're next.
Okay.
Scalp it.
I went with Laura, we did Liberty and Temple Street, May 1st I did a webinar on recycling, packaging, and like the laws going along with that, that was very interesting, I learned a few things, and I'm exploring a few of those things, and on May 2nd I attended the OHPC meeting, they had one application which didn't really need to be there, because it was just paint, they had one that they worked with the people for a good hour and 15 minutes, which was very nice to see, trying to figure out what to do to make it work. And then we had Les Wagner come, and he was fabulous. He's purchased several properties recently within the historic district. with the intent to renovate, AKA rehabilitate them back to their former glory. And he is going right at it. It was really actually quite heartening to listen to him on what his plans were. 97 Front Street has been quite in disrepair, and they're already starting on that one. So, and that was all done very recently. So,
Nice.
and that's my report. I have no major report.
Darn. For Oswego?
The
The village of Oswego. Fran?
I'm taking it up there and selling it. I'm selling it at a garage sale.
Village of Oswego in Tioga County.
Yeah. Well, before zip codes came around, we used to have a lot of trouble with our mail.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Last week.
it is.
It does
It's
say
Oswego.
Oh.
We can just wipe that S out, it's fine.
Yes,
Uh,
smell.
Well, everything is, there's really nothing to report on the EMS. I've all done a great job of reporting that. And so with the cemetery committee, really been trying to get that estimate on the blacktop for repaving the entrance and also the road coming down from Sassanine. And Fred has had trouble getting prices on it, so I mean, I'm really pushing that because if we don't get that started within the next month or so, forget about it for this year.
Yeah, true.
And actually, we had a complaint, someone that our judge knows had damage to their vehicle this weekend driving up there in that cemetery.
Yeah, the other roads are rough up there.
Yeah, it's really bad. And so anyway, I've also been checking on finding people to give us estimates and do the repair work on the monuments.
Okay.
And I talked with Tina Utter. She and her husband have helped us before. They do gravestone restorations, but they do, the smaller ones, not the really big ones. And so she told me I should be contacting this New York State Damaged Monuments Fund. I mean, the thing is, we hate to spend the $25,000 and then find out in order to get grants, we need matching money. So, anyway, I went online and the newest regulations on cemetery are from 2021. And we need to make some changes. The current regulations for municipal cemeteries, which is what we are, is for every time a interment happens, we need to keep track of all of those, which has not been happening. And we need to take from the funds that are paid, the fees that paid, $25 or $35 go into the perpetual care fund from every one of those. Has been happening. And we're also supposed to be, from the same interments, putting 5% into this New York State Damaged Monument Fund.
Okay.
So this is something that I need to talk with Meg on as far as doing the documenting. And I mean, I've got the literature on it. I'll give a copy of the DPW. And I guess there's also someone in stationed in Binghamton that I could go and talk to as far as monument repairs with this New York State damaged monuments.
Okay.
So that's about all for at the moment.
Down to me. I don't have much. I was in Florida.
Well, thanks for bringing that heat back.
I did.
Yeah.
It went away though. was here for a couple days
Days.
ago, yeah. I brought it back with me in the truck. It was 90 and sunny down there. I did not see any dolphins attractive, but they were out there, they're on the boat.
Didn't see any gulls?
Dolphins.
Oh, dolphins, okay.
We tried. Didn't see any alligators either, so.
That's lucky.
All right, public comment.
Guys waited.
All right. Good evening, everybody. My name's Carl Jones. I happen to be a member of Company 4 for the Owego Fire Department. And I want to say thank you to all of you for finally passing Doc Solomon and his reentry back into the department. I think you've done the community in which you represent, the taxpayers and the non-taxpaying residents of the village, a good service by doing that. We all know, we've heard it numerous times about the lack of coverage we have during the daytime hours specifically, because obviously people have jobs that they have to go to every day. So again, from that point of view, I want to say thank you. I think it's going to be a good thing to have him back to operate vehicles, making sure that things get done the way that they should. On the other side of that, I do want to say, now that all the drama is over with, I am very, very disappointed in certain members of the board. As a fire department member, if there were such an issue with having this individual rejoin the fire department for whatever reason, I think as a fire department member and an officer of the company in which this person rejoined, that certain said members that had information that was maybe not in good light or whatever light would have come to said company and said, hey, I have information that you might want to take a look at, but that did not happen. And obviously this has been going on in front of you guys now. This is the second month that it's gone on and finally been put to bed. Numerous conversations have been had, interactions have been had over that 2-month time period. Nothing to do with Doc Solomon at all. Various other topics that we drone on about month after month after month. So I want to say that I am very disappointed in that individual who happens to be a fire department member did not see it as a courtesy, see it as fit to come to our company and say anything at all. They're more than welcome to, and we have company meetings that follow right directly after their company meeting. So it's not like we wouldn't see them on the Wednesday meeting nights that took place. So again, I want to say thank you for bringing them back in, and that I am very, very disappointed in the way that this has all happened. So thank you very much and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Thanks, Carl.
I spoke earlier. Am I still allowed to speak again?
Yeah.
Oh,
You
yeah.
bet.
Yeah, okay.
Whatever's on your mind.
Yeah. You look at the
This
clock.
seems to be my time slot.
Right, we're here till midnight.
11:30. And I will say good evening for the next 25 minutes.
Okay.
That's why we brought breakfast.
Yeah, I've been drooling over here, the turkey sticks and Rice Krispie treats. But Tom Kelly, 1063 Montrose Turnpike. I just wanted to say thank you to the board. I know that there were folks that voted yes, folks that voted no for Steve Solomon. I just wanted to say thank you from our company for allowing us to expand our family. Families have disagreements. Village boards have disagreements. Fire department members have disagreements. At the end of the day, we're family. We help each other out. I'm looking towards the future and with our new expanded family of helping out the community of the village of Owego. So thank you for your putting this a finality on this issue. I'm looking strongly towards the future, and I appreciate you supporting and passing Steve Solomon tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for hanging out with all of us.
Yeah.
Move to adjourn.
And thank you to all our volunteers.
Yes.
Fire,
Yes.
EMS.
Thank you.
Village could not run without all the volunteers.
Absolutely. Absolutely. and we have one more tonight because of you guys, so thank you.
All right, trustees of the adjournment, so that's it, till next time. Out here before midnight.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to do.